Chapter 793. Mortal Sovereign Nu Zhou Xuanji? Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't mean that Mortal Sovereign knew Zhou Xuanji. Mortal Sovereign said that Zhou Xuanji hadn't changed, which meant that he had known Zhou Xuanji for a long time. Zhou Xuanji looked at Mortal Sovereign with a complicated expression. He finally recognized Supreme Crimson Dust. How could it be her? He had mixed feelings in his heart. There was surprise, shock, and disbelief. Shen Tang. The mortal supremacy was the mortal god he had met in the Anti-Kunlun. After they parted in the passage between the two worlds, how could she become the world-shaking mortal supremacy? Could it be that she had fallen into an ancient timeline? But that shouldn't be the case either. Then, how could he have met Crimson Dust in the passageway between the two realms? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had countless questions he wanted to ask. With Zhou Xuanji's silence, the atmosphere became silent. Zhou Tanhua wanted to say something but hesitated. This kind of low pressure made him very uncomfortable. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but ask, "You two know each other?" Zhou Xuanji didn't know how to answer. He felt guilty towards Shen Tang and Shen Yinxing. It was all thanks to the help of this pair of sisters that he had the cultivation he had today. But his promise to the sisters was not fulfilled. Now they only saw Shen Tang, but not Shen Yinxing. Could it be that Shen Yinxing had already? Even someone as strong as mortal supremacy couldn't save Shen Yinxing. At this thought, Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Ever since he was born, I have been paying attention to him. Your marriage was brought up by me, Sovereign Hongchen said calmly, which stunned Xian Xianghua. Zhou Tanhua was equally shocked. Didn't this mean that he was able to be born thanks to supremacy Hongchen? Pooh! How could he say that? On the other hand, Xian Xianghua thought about many things. When she had first met Zhou Xuanji, she had felt that this boy was not bad. No matter how much he provoked her, she had never acted viciously. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but shudder at the might of mortal world supreme. Of course, she did not regret her relationship with Zhou Xuanji. Instead she rejoiced. If it weren't for Supreme Being Hongchen, she might have missed out on this period of happiness. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can we talk in private?" It was useless to escape. He also wanted to know how Shen Tang managed to survive and become a mortal supremacy. Yes. With a wave of her hand, she and Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air. Only Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua were left on the deserted island. Zhou Tanhua asked nervously, "Mother, will father be all right?" He could see that the atmosphere between Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign was not right. This was the first time he had seen his father's expression so ugly. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "If Hongchen's supremacy wanted to target him, why would he waste his breath?" When Zhou Tanhua heard this, he felt that it made sense. However, he still had too many doubts in his heart. The other side, Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign came to a space filled with white light. There was nothing here but a vast expanse of whiteness. Looking at Mortal Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji was about to speak. Supremacy Hongchen suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. He was stunned. His expression changed from astonishment to shame. He would rather Shen Tang scold him. That way, he would feel better in his heart. Finally he could only say, "I'm sorry." The mortal supremacy in his arms suddenly revealed her true form. Wisps of mortal chi dissipated, revealing her peerless figure in her red robes. She was wearing a crown inlaid with pearls. Her figure was the same as before, but her temperament had become extremely cold. She closed her eyes, quietly leaning on Zhou Xuanji's chest, listening to his heartbeat. "I have been looking forward to this feeling for countless years," she murmured softly. Zhou Xuanji's heart became even heavier after hearing this. He had long been aware of Shen Tang's feelings for him back then. Not only her, but even Shen Yinxing also had a trace of affection in her eyes when she looked at him. Because of this he felt so guilty. It was the hardest to accept a beautiful person's favor. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji asked, "How did you survive after we parted?" Mortal Sovereign raised her head and took 2 steps back, looking at him. Her beautiful and cold face became expressionless again. She slowly replied, "After we parted ways, I lost contact with my younger sister as well. I fell into a space-time impasse alone. There was nothing there, so I could only cultivate. When my cultivation reached the pinnacle, I forcefully broke out of the space-time impasse, but it was already too late to return. I traveled in the passageway between the two worlds, and then I met you. At that time, I realized that although I had passed a long time, it wasn't too long for you. I sheltered you all the way. When you fainted, I sent you into the space-time despair, hoping that you could cultivate well. After that, I continued to explore the passageway between the two worlds to search for my sister. I didn't expect to encounter the sovereign's rule and fall into the ancient times of the Kunlun origin court. It was impossible to return to the passageway between the two worlds. I could only survive. Until one day, something fell from the Kunlun origin court and fell into the mortal world. Its aura was very similar to yours, so I sealed its aura and whereabouts. I even helped it absorb the souls along the way to become stronger. I watched it merge with you in your previous life and bring your soul to another mortal world. While speaking, her eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji. There was a touch of infatuation hidden in the depths of her eyes. She could live until now because of two obsessions. One was Zhou Xuanji, the other was Divine Yanxing. Divine Yanxing couldn't be found anymore. Only Zhou Xuanji was left. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He instantly understood that the thing Mortal Sovereign was talking about was the Supreme Legendary Sword System. No wonder the Supreme Legendary Sword System could find him without any hindrance. He had been thinking before. The Supreme Legendary Sword System is so powerful that it can even absorb the soul of Little Sovereign. Why wasn't the Sovereign or the other powerhouses of the Kunlun origin court aware of it? It turned out that Mortal Sovereign was behind this. He tried to calm his emotions. Mortal Sovereign's words were too unbelievable. Even he had to calm down. Mortal Sovereign looked at him and said, "I don't blame you for what happened in the past. You have done your best." She did resent Zhou Xuanji. At that time, that was the only way to make her feel better. But when she saw Zhou Xuanji going crazy and desperate in the passageway between the two worlds, her resentment disappeared. Maybe it was all fate. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What are your plans now?" Mortal Sovereign replied, "I will train Xian Xianghua and help you become the sovereign." She looked at Zhou Xuanji with blazing eyes and said, "I have seen more than one sovereign. Most of them wanted to open a brand new Kunlun origin court and travel to unknown areas, including the previous sovereign. Now your chance has come. I erased all the letters and scrolls left by the previous sovereign before he left. He wanted to train the origin court war god as the new sovereign. But no way." Speaking of this, the corner of her mouth rose. Her smile was so high-spirited and insufferably arrogant. Looking at her, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but fall into a trance. He inexplicably thought of Tanhua sect master Xian Xianghua in the northern wilderness region. That top demon cultivator overlapped with the current mortal sovereign. It was somewhat similar. Chapter 794. Looking at mortal sovereign's enchanting face, Zhou Xuanji sighed softly and asked, "What about yourself?" The better mortal sovereign was to him, the more uncomfortable he felt. Hearing this, mortal sovereign stopped smiling. He coldly snorted and said, "Naturally, when you become the sovereign. At that time, I want you to help me find Yanxing. I must find her. If she is not in the Kunlun origin court, then you will accompany me to look for her in other unknown areas. If you still can't find her, then you will accompany me through time to save her," who was about to disappear in the passage between the two worlds. She had already planned it out. Based on her own opportunities, she had deduced it. Perhaps it was her future self who saved Xin Yanxing. That's why she couldn't find her. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Whether I can become the sovereign or not, I will help you. It's just that she is in a different timeline. Is she still her?" The rules of time were difficult to speculate. Many powerhouses jumped out of the rules and erased themselves from other timelines, making themselves unique. Of course, Anti-Kunlun was an exception. Even the sovereign didn't know about its existence. Mortal gods exist independently. There is only one of them in any timeline. If she is not here, she will be at a certain point in time. Mortal Sovereign replied. Autarch Crimson Dust replied, his voice filled with an arrogance that transcended all living beings. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of the bald girl he had seen before. The mortal god looked very similar to Xin Yanxing. It could even be said that they looked exactly the same. He told Mortal Sovereign about it. Mortal Sovereign shook his head and said, I was the one who kidnapped her at that time. She is not Yanxing. She is just a descendant of mine. Back then, I used my mortal chi to create many mortal gods and distributed them all over the world, waiting for you and Yanxing to appear. Most of the current mortal gods are descendants I created. Their bloodlines are not pure. They can't be regarded as real mortal gods. That's why there hasn't been a mortal god that can suppress the Kunlun origin court for a long time. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Shen Tang has really transformed. She is actually so generous. Back then, Shen Tang was gentle and elegant. But now, she was unruly and arrogant. Time can really change everything. When can my wife and children go back? Zhou Xuanji changed the topic and asked. The purpose of his trip was to find Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua. He hadn't forgotten about it. Red Dust Supremacy's eyes became thoughtful, and she said, Back then, you always talked about them, and now I've seen it with my own eyes. You really didn't lie. Don't worry, they are safe here with me. If they were outside, they would be in danger. You can take your son with you. As for Xian Xianghua, she still has to accept my inheritance. I will turn her into a red dust god, and then she can help you with your cultivation. She purposely emphasized the word cultivation, which made Zhou Xuanji think back to the past. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes. Did she agree? Regardless of whether Hongqian Supremacy had good intentions or not, he still had to listen to Xian Xianghua's will. Supremacy Crimson Dust waved her hand, and the two of them returned to Xian Xianghua. She looked at Xian Xianghua and asked. He asked me, are you willing to cultivate with me? Xian Xianghua nodded and said, I want to become strong. In pure sword heaven, her cultivation speed wasn't slow, but it couldn't compare to Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua. So she had been holding back. Now that the opportunity had finally come, she naturally didn't want to miss it. Zhou Tanhua's eyes shifted between Zhou Xuanji and Supremacy Crimson Dust. He felt that something was wrong. Why did Supremacy Crimson Dust call himself I, after the two chatted for a while? Could it be? He couldn't help but think too much. Although he admired his father very much, Supremacy Crimson Dust was so powerful, and had such a high seniority. How could he take a fancy to his father? I must be thinking too much. Zhou Tanhua shook his head. Zhou Tanhua shook his head. Speaking of which, he had never left the Evil Sky Divine Range alone in his entire life. When can I meet the one in my life? Zhou Xuanji took Xian Xianghua's hand and said, I can help you become stronger. Their exterminating divine eyes were the same. If he became stronger, Xian Xianghua would also become stronger. Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, I can't catch up with you. I will soon be surpassed by Tanhua. Ever since I came here, my cultivation has been skyrocketing. It's really fast. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and angrily said, That's because I have become stronger. That's why your cultivation has skyrocketed. I have now surpassed the 9 vast heavens, and reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes when she heard this. Seeing them talking as if there was no one else around, Supremacy Crimson Dust's eyes were filled with envy. Let me stay here for a while. If she wanted to harm me, she would have done it long ago. Xian Xianghua shook Zhou Xuanji's arm, and said coquettishly. She would only act like a little girl in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji couldn't change her mind, and could only agree. He looked at Zhou Tanhua and jokingly scolded. What about you? Do you want to stay too? Zhou Tanhua looked at Xian Xianghua, and then at Supremacy Crimson Dust. Finally, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, I will go with you. Supremacy Crimson Dust only taught Xian Xianghua cultivation techniques, and only taught him a divine ability. Obviously, Supremacy Crimson Dust didn't want to nurture him. Zhou Xuanji looked at Supremacy Crimson Dust and said, Please take care of her. Supremacy Crimson Dust nodded slightly, but there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. She seemed to be blaming him for being so polite. Zhou Xuanji couldn't stand her gaze and had no choice but to leave with Zhou Tanhua. Supremacy Crimson Dust clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "It seems that he can come and go freely in any plane or space. In this regard he has surpassed Zhou Fa." Xian Xianghua's eyes lit up. Zhou Fa wasn't strong. He just had some kind of spatial divine ability that allowed him to appear and disappear unpredictably. This had already spread in the Kunlun origin court. Even if they knew this, most people would find it hard to deal with Zhou Fa. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, "How strong is my husband now? Why do you say that he will definitely become the sovereign?" She wanted to ask just now, but Zhou Xuanji left too quickly. She couldn't find a chance to be alone with him. She was also very puzzled. Why did Zhou Xuanji leave so quickly? Is it to avoid Supremacy Crimson Dust? Or is there something urgent in the Evil Sky Divine range? He already has the physique that even the sovereigns dream of, Supremacy Crimson Dust said meaningfully. Xian Xianghua's curiosity was piqued even more by Sovereign Hong Chen's words. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua returned to the Kunlun universe. Nam Matiani was still waiting there. Nam Matiani's eyes widened the moment he saw him coming out with Zhou Tanhua. How is this possible? He can really save my son from Supremacy Crimson Dust. It's too outrageous. Zhou Tanhua was stunned when he saw him. He immediately asked Zhou Xuanji, "Who is he?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "Tiani Divine Range's Range Master, Nam Matiani." As soon as he said this, Zhou Tanhua's expression drastically changed. He immediately got ready for battle. Chapter 795. Don't be nervous. The Southernwood Bloodline Lord is one of us now, Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. He had already warned Zhou Tanhua not to tell anyone about their communication with Mortal Sovereign. After Nam Matiani gave in, Zhou Xuanji already had a big plan in his mind. Zhou Tanhua was stunned. One of our own. One had to know that in the past 300 years, Nam Matiani was the greatest enemy of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Although Nam Matiani had never personally taken action, everyone in the Evil Sky Divine Range knew that the person who commanded the Tiani Divine Range to attack the Evil Sky Divine Range was Nam Matiani. How did he become one of us? Nam Matiani was extremely shrewd and instantly saw through his thoughts. He smiled and said, "It was all a misunderstanding in the past. No one will attack the Evil Sky Divine Range in the future." Zhou Tanhua looked pensive. How did Zhou Xuanji convince Nam Matiani? "All right, you can go back first. If I have anything to trouble you with in the future, I will look for you." Zhou Xuanji looked at Nam Matiani with a smile. Having heard this, Nam Matian nodded. He flipped his right hand and took out a jade pendant. He passed it to Zhou Xuanji and said, "This jade is connected to me. You can contact me through it at any time." He was the Sovereign Range Master. If Zhou Xuanji did not leave behind a special communication method, it would be very difficult for him to see him. If not, his subordinates would stop Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took the jade pendant and threw it into the supreme storage. Nam Matiani did not waste any words and disappeared. Zhou Tanhua asked curiously, "Father, what's going on between you and him?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "He feels that I have a high chance of becoming the sovereign. For the future of the Tiani Divine Range, he gave up his grudge and decided to support me." As soon as this statement came out, Zhou Tanhua's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Is there such a thing? Isn't the Tiani Divine Range a Paragon Divine Range? There are countless geniuses in the Tiani Divine Range. Why are they still lacking candidates for supremacy? Why did it feel so unreal? "Father, we still have to be careful," Zhou Tanhua reminded, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would be deceived by Nam Matiani. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have killed more enemies than you have eaten. Do I need you to teach me?" This sentence made Zhou Tanhua scratch his head in shame and smirk. That was right. If Zhou Xuanji was so easily fooled, he would have died long ago. He had heard from Xian Xianghua that Zhou Xuanji had been targeted by destiny in the past. If it was him, he would have long since despaired. "Let's go." Zhou Xuanji took out the Tri-Phoenix Chilling carriage and smiled. "Father, can you tell me where you've been for the past 300 years? "Of course you can. I, your father, encountered Nam Matiani." After the father and son entered the carriage, the Tri-Phoenix Chilling carriage flew toward the Kunlun origin court. Kunlun universe, boom. A golden bell collided with an incomparably large star, smashing it into pieces. It was like the Big Bang of the universe, and the resulting impact was visible to the naked eye. It swept through the universe like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Ha 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 ha, is that all you can do? A golden-robed man stood on top of the golden bell. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was wild and arrogant. There were figures of living beings in all directions, and the weakest had a cultivation of one vast heavens. There were more than 1,000 of them. Looking at the arrogant golden-robed man, they all cursed angrily. What are you being so arrogant for? Luoxiang, if you didn't have your father's treasure, we would have beaten you up. It's impossible to become a sovereign by relying on supreme treasures. Yeah, is everyone in the Sovereign Emperor Divine range so shameless? Of course. Who doesn't know that the Sovereign Emperor Divine range survived until now because of despicable means? Facing the words of the living beings, the golden-robed man called Luoxiang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed even more wildly. Luoxiang smiled mockingly and said, "You are all going to die, and you are still talking about this." Just when he finished speaking, the golden bell under his feet let out another deafening sound. A wave of golden radiance swept across all directions, annihilating all living beings. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they died without a burial place. At this moment, the Tri-Phoenix Chilling carriage flew over from the depths of the universe and collided with the golden radiance. The carriage shook, and 2 silver beams shot out, breaking through the golden radiance. The Tri-Phoenix Chilling carriage regained its stability and continued moving forward. Luoxiang squinted his eyes and mumbled, "This carriage? Could it be the Evil Sky Divine Range's Tri-Phoenix Chilling carriage?" Zhou Xuanji. He had heard of Zhou Xuanji a long time ago. He wanted to challenge Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji disappeared, so he could only change his target. Now that Zhou Xuanji had appeared, he immediately became excited. "Zhou Xuanji, stop. Fight with me," he shouted as he flew toward the Tri-Phoenix Chilling carriage on the golden bell. Inside the carriage, Zhou Tanhua felt dizzy from Luoxiang's roar. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji protected his soul with Origin Fusion divine power. He asked with a frown, "What is this person's cultivation? Just his voice alone can make me." His cultivation wasn't low. He had already become a Tao-treading saint. In an ordinary divine range, he could be considered a mainstay. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's okay." He immediately got up and appeared on the roof of the Tri-Phoenix Chilling carriage. Looking at the huge golden bell coming at him, his eyes narrowed. He immediately cast Suppressing the Universe. Time and space in the entire universe froze. Luoxiang's expression changed. Suddenly, 2 arms grew out of his back, each forming a Tao seal to resist the Suppressing the Universe. Although his speed had decreased, he still charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and chuckled. He didn't panic. Instead, he took out the Yusheng broken sword and gently slashed. Ultimate Chaos Tao. Countless sword chi appeared out of thin air, flooding toward Luoxiang from all directions. Clang! 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 The huge golden bell was bombarded by the sword chi, producing a continuous deafening sound. Luoxiang activated his Origin Fusion divine energy to create a light shield to resist the sword chi. He was shocked to find that his Origin Fusion divine energy was being absorbed by the sword chi. What divine ability is this? He didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. His body turned into a beam of light as he leaped toward Zhou Xuanji like an arrow. While galloping, his figure flickered, turning into countless afterimages. He passed through the sword chi with the momentum of an inescapable net and pressed toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and pointed, casting the inverse chaos divine ability. Luoxiang only felt a blur before his eyes. Zhou Xuanji and the Tri-Phoenix Chilling carriage disappeared into thin air. Only sword chi was left in front of him. His eyes immediately widened. What's going on? Zhou Tanhua in the carriage was also dumbfounded. From his perspective, Luoxiang instantly changed his direction and rushed toward the back. It was very strange. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he threw his sword. Void instant kill. PFFF. Luoxiang's chest was pierced. He looked down in horror. What's going on? He looked back and saw that the golden bell and countless sword chi were behind him. At this moment his worldview collapsed. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and sucked, casting universal attraction. Luo Xiang flew toward him uncontrollably. Just as Luo Xiang was about to be caught by him, a black light swept over and took him away. He's mine. A cold voice came. Zhou Xuanji turned his head and saw a figure appearing on the other side of the Star River, looking at them from a distance. Chapter 796. Zhou Xuanji looked over and felt that this person was somewhat familiar. Isn't this Daohu? Why is he here? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He had seen Daohu when he followed Beast Sovereign to eliminate Daohu Chiozuan. The current Daohu should have been reborn. He even dared to block the 12 Law Ancestors. His strength was definitely above that of Beast Sovereign. Daohu took Luo Xiang into his palm. When Luo Xiang came back to his senses and looked up, he was almost scared out of his wits. Daohu, what are you doing? Luo Xiang cried out in fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. He knew how terrifying Daohu was. Just the thought of being captured by Daohu sent shivers down his spine. Daohu looked down at him and snorted coldly. Then he closed his palms and put him into his sleeves. After that, Daohu looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, I won't pursue the grievances from before. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. This fellow did not take revenge on him. Why was that? Beast Sovereign led the experts of the Evil Sky Divine Range to destroy Daohu Chiozuan's lair, and even captured Daohu to the Origin Court. Logically speaking, Daohu should hate Beast Sovereign and the Evil Sky Divine Range to the extreme. He couldn't figure it out, so he turned around and flew toward the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Luo Xiang's golden bell still floating in the cosmos. It was like a golden mountain, mighty and sacred. He smiled, took the golden bell away, and returned to the carriage. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage continued onward. Zhou Xuanji began playing with the golden bell, trying to get rid of the owner recognition mark within. Luo Xiang was not dead yet, so for the time being, he could not directly erase the master recognition mark of the golden bell. However, once the magic treasures were far away from their masters, the connection between them would also weaken. Father, who was that just now? Zhou Tanhua asked curiously. Daohu was unfathomable, which made him feel that he was facing Beast Sovereign, or even more terrifying. Zhou Xuanji replied, Daohu, have you heard of it? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's expression changed. He asked doubtfully, wasn't he captured by Beast Sovereign and handed over to the Origin Court? Such a powerhouse had actually escaped. The Kunlun Origin Court was getting more and more chaotic. At the same time, it also showed that the Origin Court was wavering. They couldn't even keep the criminals under control. Now that Daohu had escaped, would there be more experts escaping in the future? Who knows? The Origin Court is now led by the 12 Law Ancestors, and the 12 Law Ancestors are trapped in the Origin Court by Daohu. They don't dare to come out. After I rescued Beast Sovereign, they didn't dare to chase after me. Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head. His tone was casual and a little teasing. The once supreme Origin Court had now become a joke. It was really ironic. Zhou Tanhua was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Daohu's strength to be so strong. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the chaos in the Kunlun Origin Court. They didn't encounter any more obstacles along the way. However, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage had reappeared in the Kunlun Origin Court and was remembered by many creatures. Soon, the news of Zhou Xuanji's return spread to every divine range. The sovereign list was still in effect. After all, the sovereign list wasn't as simple as a ranking list. Although Zhou Xuanji had not appeared in the world for 300 years, his fame was still there. At that moment, many geniuses were tempted to step on Zhou Xuanji. Evil Sky Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji returned to Pure Sword Heaven with Zhou Tanhua. Jiang Shui asked about Xian Xianghua's situation. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. Jiang Shui breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Xian Xianghua had obtained the inheritance of Mortal Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji didn't leave immediately. He planned to stay in pure sword heaven for a while. He gathered everyone and placed the 12th rank deep black lotus beside him before he began to preach. After experiencing the anti-Kunlun and the passage between the two worlds, his cultivation had reached an extremely profound level. As soon as the Tao voice came out, everyone's heart immediately calmed down. The spiritual qi in pure sword heaven began to surge. The great Tao rules manifested one after another, as all kinds of phenomena emerged one after another. Inside the sovereign palace, Beast Sovereign, who was sitting on the main seat and cultivating, was shocked. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself in shock. This kid's cultivation. Listening to Zhou Xuanji's preaching, he had a feeling of enlightenment. Zhou Xuanji talked about the cultivation of all living beings from the perspective of time and space. It was extremely profound. Although it was profound, his Tao voice had a unique charm. Listening to his preaching, one's cultivation speed would increase. And so, Beast Sovereign began listening to Zhou Xuanji's preaching. He cultivated while listening. He thought that Zhou Xuanji couldn't see him. Little did he know that Zhou Xuanji had already noticed him. Tsk. Zhou Xuanji found it funny in his heart. Once upon a time, he had to look up to Beast Sovereign. And now, Beast Sovereign had to listen to his preaching. Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it. He quickly concentrated on preaching. Time flew. A year later, Zhou Xuanji's preaching ended. The reason it ended was that Beast Sovereign wanted to see him through voice transmission. Zhou Xuanji bowed slightly upon entering the sovereign palace. Many geniuses have come to challenge you this year, but I have blocked them all outside the divine range. But there is one thing that you must do. It's very important for your sovereign path, Beast Sovereign said, staring at Zhou Xuanji. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he felt. My original decision was right. I should have spared no effort to cultivate this kid. The future of the evil sky divine range could already be entrusted to Zhou Xuanji. What is it? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Could it be a great opportunity for Beast Sovereign to be so serious? Beast Sovereign began to speak tirelessly. In the central universe area of the Kunlun origin court, there was an independent plane. An ancient powerhouse who had lived for countless years lived in it. He recently announced his birth and sent a voice transmission to all the range masters, claiming that he would impart a divine ability to the right person. He asked each divine range to send their most talented geniuses. The previous sovereign had received the divine ability inheritance of this powerhouse. It was enough to show how strong he was. On this trip, you have to compete with all the geniuses. Once you stand out, you will be able to suppress all the geniuses in terms of fame, Beast Sovereign solemnly stated. He didn't have such an opportunity back then, but now that Zhou Xuanji had it, he didn't want Zhou Xuanji to miss it. At the same time, he also believed that Zhou Xuanji could do it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "No problem." Beast Sovereign reminded, "There is one guy you have to be careful of. He is Huan Risen from the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. This kid was a war god under a sovereign in his previous life. He has never left the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range since he was born. For this opportunity, the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range has already said that they will let Huan Risen take action." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There is such a genius with such a background. It seems that the Kunlun origin court is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I can't underestimate it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the final winner will be me." So what if he is a war god? He is also a sovereign. Seeing him so confident, Beast Sovereign was relieved. Zhou Xuanji then left the sovereign palace, preparing to return to the pure sword heaven. As soon as he flew out of the sovereign palace, he met an acquaintance. Wei Yi. Wei Yi's expression changed drastically as soon as he saw him. He looked very embarrassed. Zhou Xuanji greeted him with a smile. "Brother Wei, how have you been? When can we get together?" Chapter 797. Wei Yi pretended to be calm and smiled faintly. "I'm fine. It's just that I missed you after not seeing you for so many years." This fellow's skin was really thick. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He hadn't forgotten his grudge with Wei Yi. Once he had the opportunity, he would immediately eradicate Wei Yi. But not now. He wanted to see what Wei Yi would do next. Zhou Xuanji flew to Wei Yi's side and gently patted him on the shoulder. He smiled meaningfully before flying towards pure sword heaven. Wei Yi's palms were full of cold sweat, and a storm was set off in his heart. This kid seems to have changed into another person. What's going on? Wasn't he captured by Nam Mutiani? How is he still alive? Wei Yi frowned and quickly made a decision. He had to leave as soon as possible, lest Zhou Xuanji collude with Beast Sovereign to deal with him. Thinking of this, he flew towards the Sovereign Palace with an uneasy mood. The other side, Zhou Xuanji returned to pure sword heaven. He found Jiang Shui and told her about the inheritance of the divine ability. Then you definitely won't have any problems. You can step on them and soar into the sky, becoming a supreme being. Jiang Shui said with a smile, her eyes filled with adoration. She trusted Zhou Xuanji 100%. And after he came back from Anti-Kunlun, she was even more certain that he would become the sovereign. Zhou Xuanji rubbed her head and said with a smile, release Emperor Sword Court after some time. Let Jinghong bring them to the void boundary to train themselves. I hope to see the rise of Emperor Sword Court. Jiang Shui nodded. The 24-rank Deep Black Lotus had always been in Zhou Xuanji's residence, so that it was convenient for him to look after Emperor Sword Court. Now, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Changge, Chen Bantian, and the others had all reached the Saint Realm, and were even competing for the Dao-treading Venerable Realm. Sage Realm experts still had the ability to survive in the Void Boundary. After all, the Void Boundary Palace was already under Zhou Fei's control. The Void Boundary Emperor and the Void Boundary God had already escaped. The 10,000 worlds were also out of control. This was a good opportunity for Emperor Sword Court to train and grow. He believed that Zhou Fei wouldn't dare to go against Emperor Sword Court. Otherwise, he would just be waiting to be devoured by the power of Hongqian Supreme until he died. After that, Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao to Jiang Shui. At the same time, he imbued her with wisdom and helped her to quickly increase her cultivation. Zhou Shaoxian was envious when she saw it. She wanted it too, but Zhou Xuanji rejected her heartlessly. Her talent was much stronger than her mother's, so she didn't need to be imbued with wisdom. That would just be pulling up seedlings to help them grow. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Under Beast Sovereign's reminder, Zhou Xuanji set off. Beast Sovereign used his divine will to transmit the location of the Almighty Expert to him. This ancient Almighty had a mysterious origin, and claimed to be at the peak of the Wheel Realm. No one knew how long he had lived. Zhou Xuanji left the Evil Sky Divine Range on the Triphoenix Qilin carriage. On the way, he continued to refine Luo Xiang's golden bell. He didn't have much interest in this golden bell. He just wanted to refine it and give it to Zhou Tanhua. That kid lacked powerful magic weapons, so he could use this bell. The defensive power of this bell was still very strong. Since it could block his sword qi, it was equivalent to blocking most of the attacks of Essence Fusion Divine Monarch. At least, it gave Zhou Tanhua one more life-saving card. An hour later, he was surrounded by Sky Prides. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. He easily defeated his opponent, and almost sucked all of his primordial energy dry. That genius was so frightened that he knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all. He defeated his enemies along the way, and absorbed their cultivation. As the news of his battles spread, his reputation also rose. Have you heard? Zhou Xuanji has become stronger. Yeah, in just 300 years, he has actually reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord cultivation. Isn't this too ridiculous? If I remember correctly, he is only a little over 1,000 years old, right? Terrifying, this is an 18-star genius. Our divine ranges also have 18-star geniuses, but they are not as abnormal as him. And Zhou Xuanji is not the reincarnation of an almighty expert. Who dares to challenge him now? They are courting death. Zhou Xuanji will suck away all their cultivation. All kinds of rumors about Zhou Xuanji began to spread in various divine ranges of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji had transformed from a genius with great potential to a true expert. Origin Fusion Divine Lord. This was a realm that many middle and lower divine range masters could not reach. As these rumors spread widely, fewer and fewer geniuses came to challenge Zhou Xuanji. He was also getting closer and closer to his destination. The wheel's summit lived in an independent world called the Lesser Samsara. It was his cave mansion. If he hadn't opened the mansion, no one would have been able to find the Lesser Samsara. The Lesser Samsara was located in a gray universe. The great Tao here was intricate and complicated. It belonged to the chaotic period. But it was not the beginning of the universe, but the chaos after the universe was destroyed. Thousands of mounts and enchanted artifacts were already parked near the spatial node. There were also geniuses standing alone, waiting quietly. The arrival of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage attracted most people's attention. Zhou Xuanji did not hide his aura. Every Origin Fusion Divine Lord was a threat to everyone present. It's him. Young Heavenly Lord sat on the hilt of a giant sword and muttered to himself with a frown. He had not been in the Kunlun Origin Court during this period. So, he did not know that Zhou Xuanji had returned before he appeared. Many people had already recognized Zhou Xuanji. They began discussing him in groups of 2s and 3s. These people had arrived earlier than Zhou Xuanji. They did not know Zhou Xuanji's strength, so they were all mocking him. Although they were surprised by Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, the Evil Sky Divine Range was already at its end. No matter how strong he was, it was useless. He would be destroyed by the Tianyi Divine Range, and the Mortal Divine Range sooner or later. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage stopped. Zhou Xuanji did not get off, but continued to refine the golden bell inside the carriage. At the edge of the area where geniuses gathered, there was a man with messy hair. His face was rough, and his clothes were loose. He had a tough body. Although he was wearing an ancient outfit, he gave off an extremely domineering aura, which attracted many geniuses' attention from time to time. He was sitting on something that looked like a shell, with a meaningful smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji, interesting. Could he be the variable that he mentioned? He mumbled to himself as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was the most powerful genius of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, Yuan Risen. After Zhou Xuanji arrived, no one came to look for trouble. Everyone was waiting patiently. This was the spatial node of the lesser reincarnation. They did not want to mess around, lest they disturbed the peace of the wheel summit. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Zhou Xuanji had successfully refined the golden bell. This bell had completely become ownerless. As for Luo Xiang, he had been captured by Daohu. He was most likely dead. All of you come in. Remember, don't speak. You can only speak when I allow you to. Whoever dares to disobey die. An ancient voice resounded across the chaotic universe. Soon after, a black spatial rift appeared and quickly widened. The geniuses swarmed in. Zhou Xuanji flew out from the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and stored it into the supreme storage. 2 swords appeared in his hands. World Full Sword. Chapter 798. Zhou Xuanji heard Luan Pinnacle's words and had a wicked idea. He took out the 2 World Full Swords to confuse the surrounding geniuses and make them play themselves to death. Following the flow of people into the black spatial crack, they came to a blue sea and blue sky. As far as the eye could see, the sea was boundless. The horizon connected with the sky, forming a beautiful picture. All the geniuses held their breath and flew forward without saying a word. Zhou Xuanji counted. There were more than 10,000 of them. The weakest was in the 9 vast heavens. There were more than 500 Origin Fusion Divine Lords. The 9 vast heavens would form a team. The Origin Fusion Divine Lords would travel alone, keeping a distance from the others. Zhou Xuanji deliberately flew to the center of the crowd with a strange smile on his face. His actions attracted a lot of attention, but when everyone saw that he was not messing around, they stopped paying attention. The sea seemed endless. No matter how they moved forward, they still couldn't see any islands or land. Soon they noticed that something was wrong. Why didn't I see Luan Pinnacle? And why did this sea make them feel lost? No matter how they flew, they couldn't reach the end. No voice transmissions, no talking. This is your first test. See who can persist. You must maintain a unified formation and fly forward. Whoever dares to stop will be expelled immediately. Luan Pinnacle's ancient voice sounded again, casting a haze over everyone's heart. What does he want to test? What's waiting for them ahead? Zhou Xuanji was the most relaxed. This test was nothing compared to what he experienced in the passageway between the two worlds. He could keep his mind as still as water. The atmosphere was silent. They couldn't communicate, which made everyone's mood very sensitive. They felt extremely depressed. Most geniuses from the divine ranges wouldn't temper their mental state. After all, they had a high starting point and abundant resources. Even if they didn't cultivate hard, they could reach heights that ordinary creatures couldn't reach. 2 hours one day, 10 days 1 month, more and more geniuses couldn't bear it anymore. Many were scratching their ears and cheeks, twisting their necks, trying to keep themselves awake. In such an oppressive atmosphere, it could make people go crazy. Huan Ruzhen and young Heavenly Lord were still calm. Most Origin Fusion Divine Lords were not affected. Shhhh. Right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded through the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over, only to see a streak of sword chi circling rapidly in the sky. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji with strange expressions, not knowing what he wanted to do. Zhou Xuanji gave a condescending smile. Because they could not communicate, his expression meant different things to different people. He wants to make a move. Who did he want to kill? Did he see a breakthrough point in this situation? Was he crazy? Everyone was shocked, including Yuan Ruzhen and young Heavenly Lord. In the following period of time, Zhou Xuanji released his sword chi from time to time, which shocked the geniuses. Everyone looked at him furiously. Yuan Ruzhen also tightly frowned. In such a situation, everyone's heart tightened. Zhou Xuanji's actions were the same as his enchanted treasure. Cheap. Zhou Xuanji did not care about their gazes, and continued to do what he wanted. The two World Full Swords followed closely behind him. He had already noticed that the people around him were getting more and more irritable. They were all gritting their teeth, as if they were trying to hold back something. It's almost done. Zhou Xuanji smirked and laughed mockingly. He was waiting for the people around him to explode. Only one person could pass the Divine Ability Inheritance test. Because of this, the purpose of each test was to filter out the unsuitable candidates. This test looked boring and endless, but it was actually a test of endurance. It would probably end after the number of people reached the threshold. He was not the only one who thought of this. The other geniuses just did not dare to make a move. No one wanted to stand out. Zhou Xuanji was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord, so even if he provoked others, no one dared to attack him. The other Origin Fusion Divine Lords were very calm and patient. Otherwise, they would not have cultivated to such a stage. Another 3 days passed. 8 vast heavens geniuses looked at each other, and suddenly slammed their palms toward Zhou Xuanji. The primordial energy condensed into 2 gigantic palm silhouettes, knocking away the geniuses along the way. Their target was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tilted his head, and easily broke through the 2 palm silhouettes with the exterminating divine light. The geniuses who were knocked away were enraged. All of them attacked the 2 geniuses. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic. Zhou Xuanji took out 2 invisible swords and shuttled through the battlefield. He took advantage of the chaos and injured people everywhere, causing the geniuses to engage in a chaotic battle. The geniuses did not completely lose their minds. They continued to fly forward while fighting. A few of them stopped by accident and disappeared on the spot. The other geniuses were so frightened that they did not dare to let their guard down. Boom, boom, boom. Huge waves surged on the ocean. All kinds of divine abilities clashed against each other. The scene was spectacular. Everyone gritted their teeth and did not dare to speak. They were afraid that they would make a sound. Yuan Ruzhen flew at the edge of the group. He did not participate in the battle, but looked into the distance. The shell on his body was like a lotus seat, carrying him as he sped forward. Zhou Xuanji also encountered many attacks. With world internalization, he absorbed a lot of primordial energy and origin fusion divine energy, which was extremely comfortable. On the battlefield, he was the only one who smiled. In the Green Mountains, there was a pavilion beside a lake under a waterfall. There were stone tables and chairs in front of the pavilion. Luan Feng sat before the stone table and watched the battle. A water ball levitated on the table, reflecting the chaotic battle between the geniuses. He wore a white robe and looked like he was in his 30s. Although he had experienced the vicissitudes of life, he was still handsome. His eyes were filled with deep starlight. TSK, those two swords are interesting. Luan Feng stroked his long beard and said in amazement. His eyes were fixed on the two World Fool swords on Zhou Xuanji's back. The World Fool swords were of low grade and had no sense of presence, but he noticed them. Power of the Great Fool. Interesting. I didn't expect an extinct power of rule to still exist. Although it's weak, it's the power of Great You indeed. Luan Feng's smile was filled with deep meaning. He waved his right hand, and the world within the water ball changed suddenly. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and the other geniuses sensed an immense heavenly might. Billowing thunderclouds billowed and covered the sky, plunging the ocean into darkness. Such a phenomenon did not end the chaotic battle. Many people were already in a killing frenzy and could not care less. Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed that someone was spying on him. He looked up, and a purple radiance shot out from his eyes. The radiance pierced through space and landed on Luan Feng, who was in front of the stone table. He immediately looked away in case he disturbed Luan Feng. If this old thing flew into a rage out of humiliation, wouldn't he have come for nothing? He can see me. Luan Feng's eyes brightened as he mumbled to himself in surprise. His interest in Zhou Xuanji grew. A perfect exterminating divine eyes and the power of Great You. Where did this guy come from? Chapter 799. Just when Zhou Xuanji looked away, the feeling of being spied on appeared again. He knew that he had already attracted the attention of the top of the wheel. He flew forward obediently, avoiding the chaotic battle around him. By relying on the inverse chaos divine art, no one could hurt him. At first glance, he looked like a fish swimming in the water, easily avoiding all the dangers. But in truth, everything he did was the inverse chaos spirit art reflecting the attacks of other spirit arts. Zhou Xuanji thought that no one could detect the existence of the inverse chaos divine ability. After all, he had learned about this divine ability from Little Sovereign. However, Luan Feng was stunned by the inverse chaos divine ability. Is this the inverse chaos divine ability? He's been to Anti-Kunlun. Luan Hao's eyes popped out as he screamed in astonishment. Even his breathing became hurried. He knew what it meant to return from Anti-Kunlun. This meant that this person was a sovereign in the Anti-Kunlun and had a high chance of becoming a sovereign in the Kunlun Origin Court in the future. The two Kunlun Origin Courts were opposite, but their composition was the same. The Supremes would also be the same person, just that their personalities would be completely different. Thinking about this, he became even more interested in Zhou Xuanji. As the battle began, the number of prodigies on the ocean decreased. One after another, the prodigies stopped fighting or cursed angrily. In the end, they disappeared into thin air. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Under such circumstances, not only did the battle between the Sky Prides not stop, it became even more intense. They all thought of the same thing. That was to speed up the process of elimination. Once the number of people decreased to a certain extent, wouldn't the test be over? If there was only one prodigy left, if not him, then who would be the one to impart the divine ability? Because of Yuan Rizen's identity and strength, no one dared to offend him. He had been secretly observing Zhou Xuanji this entire time. Strange, could it be that he is using some kind of divine ability? Why is he always able to dodge my attacks so coincidentally? His brow furrowed thoughtfully. Ever since Zhou Xuanji appeared, he felt that Zhou Xuanji would become a formidable opponent. So along the way, he paid special attention to Zhou Xuanji. As expected, this guy looked peaceful, but he had caused the heavens' favorites to fall into a chaotic battle. Zhou Xuanji also noticed his divine sense, but did not pay much attention to it. Through the conversation with the other geniuses, Zhou Xuanji already knew that he was Yuan Rizen. Beast Sovereign had warned Zhou Xuanji to be careful of being wronged. Although he remembered it, he did not treat it as pressure. I wonder what kind of divine ability the Wheel Summit will impart. Zhou Xuanji thought in anticipation. This divine ability must be extraordinary, for all the divine ranges to pay so much attention to it. Hopefully, it was a divine ability that was suitable for him. 13 days later, there were less than 2,000 prodigies left on the sea. Even so, the chaotic battle continued, especially the geniuses around Zhou Xuanji. They fought ferociously, as though their parents were killed. Zhou Xuanji, who was standing among them, seemed so out of place. "All right, you have passed the first stage." The voice of the Wheel Summit suddenly rang out. Immediately after, everyone felt an extremely powerful force wrap around their bodies. Their vision swayed, and after the world spun, they all fell to the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not fall. He steadied himself and looked up. He realized that he was at the top of a mountain. The surrounding mountains were undulating, and there were geniuses everywhere. All of them looked around nervously and curiously. Even though they had passed the first round, they did not dare to speak. He was already used to being banned. "You can all speak now. Next, I need you to find something. It's the smallest existence in this world. 1 month later, all of you will gather here, and I will test to see who is the smallest. The person who obtains the smallest will be able to obtain my divine ability inheritance. Here, you can fight as you wish, but do not destroy the world. Or else, I will expel you. If it's serious, I will kill you on the spot." The voice of the Wheel Summit came again with a murderous aura. His voice and words made people feel that he was a ruthless and murderous old senior. The geniuses began to move, while Zhou Xuanji pondered on the spot. The smallest thing. It must not be so easy to find. It might be everywhere, but it could not be captured by the eyes and mind. Could it be transformed by some kind of rule? Zhou Xuanji felt that it was highly possible. He had the extermination sage constitution, which made him extremely sensitive to everything around him. "Did you think of something?" Yuan Rizen's voice floated over. He walked over to Zhou Xuanji's side with a smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I thought of something indeed. What about you?" Yuan Rizen smiled and said, "For this test to be held, it must be everywhere. It's just that it's very difficult to catch it." The two shared the same opinion and smiled at each other. Zhou Xuanji thought that Yuan Rizen was an arrogant person, but he did not expect him to be so easy to communicate with. He could not help but feel curious about Yuan Rizen and asked, "You are the reincarnation of a war god. Do you still need to learn divine abilities?" To him, Yuan Rizen's identity was not inferior to the Wheel Summit. This divine ability is not simple. Moreover, in front of this powerhouse, even I could only be considered as a junior in my previous life. Yuan Rizen said as he shook his head. He walked past Zhou Xuanji to the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. "You are very powerful, but according to my understanding, you are only 1,000 years old. Without an illustrious past life, how did you become so powerful?" Yuan Rizen asked with his back facing Zhou Xuanji. His back was emanating a majestic aura, just like the origin court war god. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. 2 words, arduous cultivation. Do you believe it? What's wrong with this guy? He wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with me? Yuan Rizen looked back at him and said, "Zhou Xuanji, how about we have a duel? You are only at Origin Fusion Divine Lord Stage 1. I will not bully you. 100 years later, we will fight to the death in the Kunlun universe. How about that?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. His gaze turned cold. So this guy was just a smiling fox. He talks so much just to have a duel to the death. Zhou Xuanji asked with a cold smile. "Oh, why do you want to die?" Yuan Rizen threatened him, so there was no need for him to give face. Yuan Rizen was not angry. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Our sect leader wants you to die. You must die, but I admire you very much. I am willing to give you 100 years to grow." Zhou Xuanji said bluntly, "Don't you know that being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself?" Now, he did not need to swallow his anger and grow. Whoever wanted to suppress him, he would fight. "Oh, why do I see that you are the one who wants to die?" Yuan Rizen threatened with narrowed eyes. This time, he was really angry. He was kind enough to inform Zhou Xuanji about the duel in advance, and gave Zhou Xuanji 100 years to grow. But this brat did not appreciate it. How arrogant. Does he really think that he is the top genius of the Kunlun Origin Court? Yuan Rizen's killing intent rose. As his aura rose, his robe began to flutter. Zhou Xuanji directly opened the soul source orb between his eyebrows, as if he had opened a third eye. The two looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. Chapter 800. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Rizen left the ground and came to the sky. They turned into two meteors and clashed violently. Sword light and black light flashed continuously. The two's aura was so powerful that the nearby geniuses all looked over in shock. It's Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Rizen. Why are they fighting? They didn't fight earlier, but fought the moment they came in. What logic is this? Could it be that they have already discovered the smallest thing in this world? Very likely. Or else, why would they fight each other directly? What should we do? Hide around them and attack at any time? The geniuses discussed among themselves. More and more geniuses approached quietly. Be it Zhou Xuanji or Yuan Rizen, they were both extremely famous. Killing one of them could boost one's reputation tremendously. Moreover, they might be able to find out the location of the smallest thing from the two. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Rizen did not take others seriously. They only had eyes for each other now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword shadows charged toward Yuan Rizen from all directions. They were as violent as a hurricane, and as loud as thunder. Yuan Rizen blocked his attack easily with his palms. He looked casual, but he was shocked in his heart. This brat's origin fusion divine energy is so powerful. He doesn't look like someone who just broke through to origin fusion divine lord. Yuan Rizen had to take it seriously. Although he was confident, Zhou Xuanji was cunning, and he did not want to fail. Zhou Xuanji took out the Yusheng broken sword, and the previous life dream realization sword. At the same time, he used the sword fusion technique to fuse all of the legendary swords into his body. His physical strength was pushed to the limit as he slashed with both swords. Clang! Yuan Rizen was blasted away, and his expression changed immediately. Why did this brat suddenly? Before he could think further, Zhou Xuanji came at him. 81 sword souls appeared behind him and slashed toward him in streaks of silver light. At the same time, new sword souls were formed. Returning to simplicity, his sword souls had already surpassed the sword Dao rules. Each of them contained powerful origin fusion divine energy and inverse chaos energy. Yuan Rizen blocked with his palms. His attacks were wild and ferocious. Soon, he realized that every time he scattered the sword souls, Zhou Xuanji would absorb his origin fusion divine energy. He did not panic. His right hand drew a black scythe as he leaped. The scythe was long, and there was a spiky black hammer at the end. He brandished his blade and slashed wildly, tearing apart the wind and waves and shaking the sky. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Rizen were very smart. Their origin fusion divine power did not get close to the ground. Once it left the range of their battle, it would automatically dissipate. This guy's strength should have surpassed origin fusion Lord Lu Ming. No wonder he's so arrogant. Zhou Xuanji thought in his heart. His eyes were still as sharp as ever. Even if Yuan Rizen had the strength to surpass origin fusion immortal Lord Lu Ming, he was not afraid. He kept getting closer to Yuan Rizen. 81 sword souls shot out, but they were all blocked by Yuan Rizen. Yuan Rizen waved his scythe, and a black wind started to blow around him. It was as if there were 4 black pillars that connected heaven and earth. The scene was extremely majestic. Zhou Xuanji raised the broken sword and activated the ultimate chaos Dao. Boundless sword chi swept over from all directions towards Yuan Rizen. Although the battle between the two of them was controlled to a certain extent, the aura they emitted was truly frightening. The prodigies were all shocked. Just how strong are they? What precise control? His Yuan fusion divine power is actually able to dissolve on its own. Most importantly, their battle is very fast. There's no time for them to rest at all. These two are not to be trifled with. Is Zhou Xuanji really not the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator? Isn't the speed of his growth a little too exaggerated? Be it the nearby prodigies, or those who were looking for the smallest thing, they were all paying attention to this battle between the peerless geniuses. At the stone table beside the waterfall, Luan Feng was also paying attention to this battle. So it's the reincarnation of the origin court war god. Interesting. But I'm more interested in this kid, who is proficient in the inverse chaos divine ability. Luan Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. His eyes were filled with excitement. He did not expect that there would be people among the geniuses who could surprise him. And there was more than one. At this moment, Yuan Ruzhen suddenly exploded. His hair suddenly grew long, his body became burly, and his robes bulged. His eyes became extremely fierce, and his cheeks were covered with black scales. His speed skyrocketed, and he suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. Before he could react, Yuan Ruzhen appeared behind him. Boom! Yuan Ruzhen punched out with energy like the yellow springs breaching the dam. The punch landed on Zhou Xuanji's back, and the space rippled like the surface of a lake. However, this punch did not hurt Zhou Xuanji. Inverse chaos divine ability. Strong but weak. Yuan Ruzhen's expression changed. He began to maneuver and attack Zhou Xuanji violently. From a third person's perspective, Zhou Xuanji seemed to have no power to fight back. He even looked a little uneasy. But in fact he was not injured at all. Yuan Ruzhen's heart grew heavier. What kind of divine ability was this? It was invisible and colorless. He could not figure it out. Most importantly, during this process, Zhou Xuanji had been absorbing his origin fusion divine energy. How can I fight like this? Zhou Xuanji looked left and right, laughing in his heart. The inverse chaos divine ability was indeed powerful. It almost put him in an invincible position. The reincarnation of the origin court war god was nothing more than this. Yuan Ruzhen began to use all kinds of divine abilities, but he still could not break through the defense of the inverse chaos divine ability. After letting him attack for a long time, Zhou Xuanji also absorbed a lot of origin fusion divine energy, and his cultivation grew tremendously. Next, it was his turn to counterattack. Countless silver silhouettes flew out from his body. Greatly avatars. Now his greatly divine suppressor technique had reached the 5th level, and the number of greatly avatars had reached tens of thousands. Yuan Ruzhen was shocked and quickly dodged. Zhou Xuanji fused the Yuxing Destruction Sword and the previous life Dream Realization Sword. The two swords combined into one, and a powerful radiance burst out. An extremely long lightsaber appeared in his hand. Life Slasher Sphere. With Life Slasher Sphere in his hand, he charged toward Yuan Ruzhen with all his greatly avatars. This time, Zhou Xuanji was completely serious. He was prepared to kill Yuan Ruzhen with all his might. He activated the exterminating divine eyes to suppress the universe. The space within a radius of 10,000 meters froze. Yuan Ruzhen's face turned solemn as he felt a formless force restraining him. He shook his shoulders and forcefully broke through the powerful force suppressing the universe. Zhou Xuanji and the tens of thousands of greatly avatars drowned Yuan Ruzhen. This time, it was Yuan Ruzhen's turn to be at a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji's prowess shocked and surprised many geniuses. His opponent was Yuan Ruzhen. The most powerful genius of the Sovereign Emperor divine range was suppressed by him. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. The feeling of crushing a powerful enemy was really satisfying. With the inverse chaos divine ability, no matter how Yuan Ruzhen fought back, it did not affect him at all. The inverse chaos divine ability could withstand the chaotic tides of time and space. It could withstand the suppression of the two supreme rules of time and space. How could Yuan Ruzhen resist it? Chapter 801. Xiao. Xiao. Swoosh. Zhou Xuanji wielded his sword with one hand. His sword was extremely swift, sharp, and domineering. Due to being engulfed by world internalization, Yuan Ruzhen did not dare to face it head-on, and could only keep dodging. There were clones of the Greatly in all directions. No matter where he moved, he would be attacked. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Damn it, how can I be defeated by him? Yuan Ruzhen was enraged, his eyes burning with anger. He abruptly turned into a streak of black light and shot towards the top of the sky. His entire body burned with black flames, and his aura skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. Black flames scorched the sky. He stood up from the sea of black flames, his body towering tens of thousands of feet tall. like an ancient demon god awakening. Zhou Xuanji stopped and sensed danger. At this moment, Gui Risen made him feel like he was facing old demon soul mover. Sure enough, this guy was hiding a trump card. Zhou Xuanji did not panic, but looked forward to it. It had been a long time since he had gone all out in a fight, and he wanted to test his true strength. Yuan Risen was a good target. Let's stop. You can fight after you get out. The Wheel Summit's voice came suddenly, and the tense atmosphere between Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Risen disappeared immediately. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes, and all of the Great Li avatars entered his body. Yuan Risen also started to shrink and retracted his aura. They had to give face to the Wheel Summit. Let's see how you escape after we get out. Yuan Risen snorted coldly, which made Zhou Xuanji want to laugh. Why do I feel like I shouldn't run after school? He did not reply. He was too lazy to argue. Then he separated from Yuan Risen and went to search for the smallest item. The geniuses came back to their senses. This battle made them realize how powerful Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Risen were. They were really powerful. He had already broken away from the category of geniuses and had entered the ranks of first-rate powerhouses. Zhou Xuanji landed, but he didn't move. Instead, he scanned the surroundings with his exterminating divine eyes, trying to find the smallest thing. According to his original idea, this smallest thing should exist in every corner of this world. From a scientific point of view, it was like the existence of molecules. However, they should be so small that they couldn't be observed. The exterminating divine eye was one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. If it couldn't see it, then it was even more impossible for the other geniuses to see it. Yuan Risen came to the riverside 100 miles away, and similarly stood at a spot, observing quietly. All prodigies who had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord stage were like this. The top of the wheel would definitely not test their ability to search. That would be too much of a test of luck. The true purpose of this test was probably to test the spiritual will of the Sky Prides. For a time, this expanse of the heavens and the earth returned to peace. Luan Ding watched with satisfaction and muttered, "You almost destroyed my nest. How interesting." As his voice fell, wisps of red dust chi appeared beside him. The red dust chi condensed into the figure of the red dust supremacy. It didn't reveal its true face, it was just a red shadow. Upon seeing her, Luan Feng's expression changed slightly. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" His tone was filled with fear. Crimson Dust Supremacy said, "He is back. The true catastrophe of the Kunlun Origin Court is about to descend. What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Luan Feng's expression changed. That him seemed to be very strong enough to make Autarch Crimson Dust personally come. Strong enough to make Luan Jie's expression change. What do you mean by what I'm going to do? This matter doesn't just concern me." Luan Feng snorted coldly, his expression returning to normal. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the water ball on the table shattered. Crimson Dust Supremacy said, "Don't forget, you worked the hardest to seal him back then. Even if the Kunlun Origin Court is destroyed, I will still exist, but you will no longer exist." Luan Feng's expression became unnatural again. Crimson Dust Supremacy continued, "Get ready to fight. Unless you defeat him, you can't continue your seclusion." Recently, many unknown existences have appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court, such as Zhou Fa, who obtained the inheritance of a certain supreme. His origin is mysterious, and there may be a hand behind this. Luan Feng took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. He understood that what Crimson Dust Supremacy said was right. If that guy really came back, he would be the first to be found. He looked up at Crimson Dust Supremacy and asked, "What are your plans?" He was curious about the appearance of Crimson Dust Supremacy. This woman appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Why did she suddenly care about the Kunlun Origin Court? "I'm looking for you to deal with him. Get ready." Crimson Dust Supremacy dropped these words and disappeared. She came and went like the wind. Luan Feng fell into deep thought. After a while, he condensed a water ball and continued to observe the situation of the Sky Prides. Time flew. A month passed by quickly. Luan Feng moved all the Sky Prides to the riverside. The Sky Prides had different expressions. Some were full of confidence, some were uneasy, and some were in despair. This month was torturous for most of the Sky Prides. They all had high hopes. It wasn't easy for them to reach this step. They didn't want to be eliminated. Their eyes fell on Luan Feng. Luan Feng scanned all the Sky Prides from the stone table and said slowly, "6 of you have found the smallest thing. Everyone else go back." He waved his right hand, and most of the Sky Prides disappeared. Zhou Xuanji, Yuan Risen, Young Heavenly Lord, and the other 3 Sky Prides looked at each other. They were all very calm. Young Heavenly Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji, as if he was a stranger. Their eyes met like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. "You have all found that thing. Do you know what it is?" Luan Feng asked with a smile. His eyes were full of deep meaning. Young Heavenly Lord replied first, "It's a type of rule power. It's dispersed into countless particles, and is very well hidden." Luan Feng nodded and said, "The divine ability that I want to pass down is actually a sublimation of the rule. It's called the Destiny Manifestation Spell. This spell was created based on the rule of the Master of Destiny. It can manifest the fates of oneself and one's enemy. If you want them to die in the future, the fate of death will descend immediately. But this spell is the same as most divine abilities." The eyes of the geniuses sparkled. They were all attracted by the Destiny Manifestation Spell. Manifest fate, including the predestined fate? Such a divine ability was absolutely horrifying. "I must get it." Zhou Xuanji was determined to get it too. He had been targeted by destiny before, so he had always been interested in the power of destiny. Now the opportunity was finally here. "Take out the destiny factors that you have collected. Let me see." Luan Feng instructed with great anticipation. The Sky Prides opened their right hands one after another. Bright spots appeared on their palms. If one did not look closely, it would be hard to notice. Zhou Xuanji was the same. He had already predicted this, so he had collected many destiny factors just in case. But at a glance, everyone's hands were glowing. It was impossible to tell who had more and who had fewer, and who was bigger and who was smaller. Yuan Risen and Young Heavenly Lord glanced at his palms. Instantly their pupils contracted. How could it be? Chapter 802. Luan Ding glanced at the palms of the 6 people, and nodded in satisfaction. Stroking his beard, he smiled and said, "Not bad. All of you have exceeded my expectations." However, when the Sky Prides heard the first half of the sentence, they were overjoyed. However, when they heard the last 2 words, their hearts skipped a beat. There can only be one person who can inherit the fate manifestation technique. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You have collected the most destiny factors. You will receive the inheritance." Hearing this, the other 5 heavens favorites panicked. Why did he make a decision so quickly? They thought that there would be another test. Yuan Risen's face was the most unsightly. He had just had a conflict with Zhou Xuanji. So how could he allow Zhou Xuanji to inherit a divine ability? Just as they were about to speak, Luan Feng waved his right hand and teleported them out. Only the Wheel's Summit and Zhou Xuanji were left in the entire world. Luan Ding shook his head and laughed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously, "You are not happy?" From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji was very calm. Compared to the other 5 prodigies, his composure was outstanding. "Of course I'm happy to receive the inheritance, but I don't need to show it, right?" Zhou Xuanji bowed with a smile. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Although the fate manifestation technique was very powerful, it was nothing compared to his inverse chaos spirit technique, invading infiltration venerable body, and soul source bead. Therefore, from the beginning, his mentality was better than all the other prodigies. Without desire, one would be firm, and without desire, one would be relaxed. Luan Feng nodded and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Indeed, after all, you have the inverse chaos divine ability that is not inferior to the fate manifestation technique." Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. This guy knew about the inverse chaos divine art? Seeing that the other party's expression had finally changed, Luan Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Back then, I had a close friend who also obtained the inverse chaos divine ability. In the end, he became a supreme being, undying through the ages. He jumped out of the universe and broke free from karma. Luan Feng stroked his beard and smiled, a look of reminiscence on his face. Time flew by, and his old friends were no longer around, leaving him alone to guard the Kunlun origin court. It was really lonely. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "How many sovereigns have you met?" Luan Feng answered, "Not many, only 8. 8. Zhou Xuanji's heart shook, and he could not help but feel deep veneration. A supremacy's reign lasted at least a few billion years. 8 supremacies added together. One had to know that there was a dark period between the succession of supremes. No wonder he couldn't see through such an ancient existence. Can you tell me about your encounters in the Anti-Kunlun? I have always been curious about the Anti-Kunlun, but unfortunately, I have never been there." At the same time, he raised his hand and gestured for Zhou Xuanji to sit before the stone table. Zhou Xuanji nodded and chatted with him as they walked to the stone table. There was nothing to hide about Anti-Kunlun's experience. After all, the other party already knew that he had the inverse chaos divine ability. Meanwhile, within the chaos verse, Yuan Ruzhen, young heavenly lord, and the other 3 elites appeared out of thin air. They were stunned and almost went crazy. They were eliminated just like that. They refused to accept this. This feeling was like falling from the sky into the abyss. Was there something wrong with the Chakra Summit? Since they were going to be eliminated, why didn't they be eliminated together with the previous prodigies? Why did they have to stay and chat with them? Play with them? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. However, they did not dare to explode, and could only suppress it in their hearts. "Oomph." The young heavenly lord snorted and left. The other 3 prodigies also left. Yuan Ruzhen took out a giant shell and sat on it, waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come out. Zhou Xuanji had inherited the destiny manifestation spell, so he must eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Zhou Xuanji's destiny manifestation spell reached great accomplishment, it would be a disaster for him. Yuan Ruzhen had lived for countless years in his previous life, and had seen many geniuses with horrifying aptitudes. "Oomph. I want to see if your destiny manifestation spell can help you escape death." Yuan Ruzhen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself coldly. Previously, he could not use his full power in Luan Summit's independent world. If they were fighting outside, he would surely make Zhou Xuanji despair. Beside the river, before the stone table, after Luan Summit heard about Zhou Xuanji's experience in the Anti-Kunlun, he sighed in amazement. Kunlun origin court Anti-Kunlun. Interesting. Who is real and who is fake? And who is the real rebel? I'm afraid even the sovereign can't tell. Zhou Xuanji asked. Do you know why the sovereigns disappeared one after another? Where did they go? The sovereign was an invincible existence in an era. There was no such thing as the end of their lifespan or chi deviation. Little guy, this is not something you can understand. When you become the sovereign, you will be able to see through everything in this world. But unfortunately, it is much more difficult to become the sovereign in this generation. Luan Summit shook his head with a smile. Speaking of this, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This trace of murderous intent came and went quickly. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji did not notice it. Senior, please enlighten me, Zhou Xuanji said as he cupped his fist. Could it be that something big happened in the Kunlun origin court? A long time ago, there was a sovereign who enslaved the world in pursuit of power. That was the true Dark Age. After that sovereign left, a few sovereigns appeared in the Kunlun origin court one after another. All of them treated the sovereign with kindness. But no one expected that the Dark Sovereign suddenly returned and fought with the sovereign at that time, almost destroying the Kunlun origin court. Fortunately, all the ancient powerhouses joined hands to help the sovereign, and only then did the Dark Sovereign retreat, Luan Summit said faintly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. For some reason, he inexplicably thought of Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa claimed to be the inheritor of a certain sovereign, and founded the Black Sword Court. He acted mysteriously. Could it be that the inheritance he obtained was that Dark Sovereign? Now that Dark Sovereign is about to make a comeback, and there is no sovereign in the Kunlun origin court. You geniuses are competing for the qualifications of sovereigns, But this process will take a long time. Luan Summit sighed. Luan Feng sighed, and Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Seeing him worrying about the country and the people, Luan Summit shook his head with a smile and said, "Well, this matter is still too far away for you. Even if the sky falls, we seniors will hold it up. I will teach you the fate manifestation technique first." Zhou Xuanji nodded and sat up straight. Luan Summit raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Zhou Xuanji's forehead. In an instant, the soul source orb directly came out of his forehead, trembling nonstop. It looked very ferocious. Luan Summit narrowed his eyes and thought, "What's wrong with this soul source orb?" He had seen the soul source orb before. It was one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Kunlun origin court. It was rarely used as a personal artifact. This soul source orb was extremely aggressive. In the face of his power, it could automatically resist it. What did this kid do to the soul source orb to make it so loyal and ruthless? Zhou Xuanji felt a huge amount of memories pouring into his mind. He closed his eyes and inherited the fate manifestation technique. He saw his past and present lives. He saw the past and present lives of his family members. He was like a spectator, looking forward to everyone's fate. The process was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Chapter 803. Fate. It was illusory and hard to define. Everyone has a destiny, and everyone can also have no destiny. However, the rules of fate were real. The higher one's cultivation, the more reverence one had for fate. In the process of learning the destiny manifestation technique, Zhou Xuanji gained much enlightenment. All the choices made in one's life were linked together. The result was karma. That was fate. The fate manifestation technique could pluck the stars and move the moon. It could pluck the fate of everyone, reliving the nightmares of the past. And it could also bring forward the death tribulation from the future. In the process of inheriting the destiny manifestation technique, heaven and earth Tao energy and spirit chi madly flowed towards Zhou Xuanji. The greatly divine suppressor art operated on its own, as the invading body greedily devoured the external energy, perfectly transforming it into Yuan fusion divine power. Luan Feng sat on the opposite side of the stone table, quietly observing. What kind of physique is this? Isn't this conversion speed a little too exaggerated? Luan Hao's eyes widened in shock, and he even swallowed his saliva. He was filled with anticipation for Zhou Xuanji, but only now did he realize that he had underestimated this brat. He could not help but look forward to Zhou Xuanji even more. This kid could very well be the next supreme martial artist. Kunlun Origin Court, Void Boundary Palace. Inside the palace at the top of the tower, Zhou Fa sat on the throne to recover from his injuries. Ever since he made an agreement with Zhou Xuanji, he had been hiding here to recover. However, Exalt Crimson Dust's power was simply too domineering. He was unable to suppress that power at all. Right now his cultivation was far from 1% of his peak. If he was helpless, he would definitely be exhausted to death. A black silhouette appeared in the palace and half knelt on the ground. He cupped his fist and said, "The competition for the divine ability has ended. Just as you expected, Zhou Xuanji defeated Yuan Risen, Young Heavenly Lord, and the other geniuses to obtain the divine ability inheritance." Hearing this, Zhou Fa opened his eyes, his gaze cold and sharp. He already knew that Zhou Xuanji had rescued Zhou Tanhua. Although he didn't see Xian Xianghua, it meant that Zhou Xuanji had already seen Mortal Sovereign. But from the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji did not look for him. It was obvious that the agreement was just a bluff. This guy still had the time to fight for the inheritance of a mighty figure's divine ability. No, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He stood up slowly and said, "Inform Daohu that I've agreed to what he discussed with me earlier." Yes. The black shadow disappeared. Zhou Fa took a deep breath. His eyes turned pitch black as he muttered, "If the Kunlun Origin Court doesn't belong to me, no one can think of getting it." In a space of absolute darkness, a red light suddenly lit up. It was eerie and frightening. Vaguely, there was the sound of dripping water. A golden figure suddenly dashed out of the darkness and flew toward the red light. This golden figure was none other than the Origin Court war god. His face was expressionless, and his brows were tightly knitted, emitting a strong sense of oppression. Soon he stopped, knelt down, and cupped his fists. "Father," Origin Court War God said in a deep voice. His expression was complicated. The red light flickered like a flickering candle in the dark night, as if it could be extinguished at any time. "My son, you have been in the Kunlun Origin Court for 800 million years. Now that you have become the Origin Court War God, will your heart still belong to me?" A hoarse and ancient voice came from the front. The tone was cold and emotionless. Origin Court War God replied, "My heart will always belong to my father, and I will not hesitate to die for him." He paused, gritted his teeth, and begged, "I have friends and disciples in the Kunlun Origin Court. Can you spare their lives?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dark space fell into silence. Origin Court War God felt endless pressure. His burly body began to tremble. In the Kunlun Origin Court, the fearless Origin Court War God was like a kitten at this moment, shivering. If anyone were to see this, their eyes would probably explode in shock. "Forget it. Considering that you have been lonely since you were a child, your father has indeed not treated you well. When the time comes, bring the people you want to keep alive with you. This Kunlun Origin Court must be destroyed. Your father will create a brand new divine court of laws, and create stronger beings." The ancient voice sounded very domineering. He didn't put the Kunlun Origin Court in his eyes at all. "Understood," Origin Court War God responded. His furrowed brows finally relaxed. "You have been dormant in the Kunlun Origin Court for so long. The credit for letting the current sovereign leave is mainly due to you. Have you observed who will become the next sovereign?" The ancient voice continued to ask. Origin Court War God hesitated and said, "It is possible among the sovereign divine ranges. For example, Venerable Emperor Divine Ranges Yuan Risen. He was an Origin Court War God like me in his previous life. Another example is the reincarnation of Tianyi Divine Ranges Rules. It is said that he has become the most powerful existence in the Tianyi Divine Range, and Origin Court War God listed all the people he thought were likely to become sovereigns. He didn't mention Zhou Xuanji. It wasn't to protect Zhou Xuanji, but in his opinion, Zhou Xuanji really wasn't qualified. Zhou Xuanji's talent might be amazing, but his growth time was too short. Kill them if you have the chance. Go back. It won't be long before Father breaks through the shackles and returns to the Kunlun universe. In the future, you will become the sovereign. Father will continue to explore more possibilities," the ancient voice sounded. Origin Court War God wasn't surprised at all. He bowed expressionlessly before turning around and leaving. Zhou Xuanji wandered back and forth in the scenes of destiny. He had obtained the cultivation method of the destiny manifestation technique. His exalted body was constantly absorbing destiny factors, allowing him to quickly learn the destiny manifestation technique. Everyone had destiny factors in them. If someone else's destiny factors were controlled in the palm of their hand, it was equivalent to controlling their destiny. After all, destiny factors were connected to destiny. One would prosper, and the other would prosper. It took him some time to master the destiny manifestation technique. When he opened his eyes again, the scenes of destiny around him all shattered like glass. The wheel summit appeared before his eyes. The sky was high and the earth was far away. Green mountains and clear waters. Reality was more beautiful. Not bad. You mastered the destiny manifestation technique so quickly. I didn't choose the wrong person, Luan Feng praised. Luan Feng praised with a tone filled with admiration. Only a genius like Zhou Xuanji could shine with the destiny manifestation technique. He was looking forward to what kind of waves the destiny manifestation technique would cause in the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath, cupped his fist and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Senior." After learning the destiny manifestation technique, Luan Feng could be considered half a teacher to him. He should bow. Go out. There's a guy waiting for you outside. You'd better avoid him. He's very powerful," Luan Feng said with a smile, stroking his long beard. Zhou Xuanji nodded and was about to leave. Just when he turned around, he suddenly thought of something. He turned back and asked, "Don't you have anything to tell me? Was there such a good person in the world who would give divine abilities to others for free?" Luan Feng saw through his thoughts and said with a smile, I just don't want the destiny manifestation technique to be passed down. This technique has great potential. I hope you can surpass me in this technique. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be related to the Darkness Sovereign? Why does Luan Feng sound like he's leaving a will? Chapter 804. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and hesitated no more. With a flash, he traveled through space and jumped out of the small world. Luan Feng clicked his tongue in wonder and sighed. Just what kind of physique does this brat have? To actually be able to jump out of my spirit formation world at will, amazing. Zhou Xuanji quickly entered the chaotic universe. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked around. Soon he caught a glimpse of Yuan Ruzhen. Yuan Ruzhen, who was sitting cross-legged on the shell, opened his eyes. When he saw him, he immediately stood up. Zhou Xuanji, you came out so quickly. Seems like you haven't learned it yet? Yuan Ruzhen grinned and laughed coldly. His eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. Zhou Xuanji took out the Yusheng broken sword and the previous life dream realization sword and fused the two swords into sundering circle. At the same time, he flipped his left hand, and the great destiny of moon appeared in his hand. Both swords were very long. One was like a crescent moon, and the other was like a rainbow. With both swords in hand, his aura exploded. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he laughed contemptuously. You can't wait to come out and kill a dog. May I ask if this dog of yours is ready to be slaughtered? Hearing this, Yuan Ruzhen's expression changed and his eyes turned red. Wisps of strange black gas rose from the soles of his feet and twined around his body like a tornado, causing his robe to flutter loudly. Very good. I haven't seen anyone who dares to speak to me like this in a long time. They are all dead. You will follow in their footsteps and die a more painful death than them. Yuan Ruzhen raised his hand, and a long scythe appeared in his hand. There was a loud bang. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji explosively, and the shell under his feet shattered in an instant. Zhou Xuanji directly activated the sword fusion technique and charged forward with his sword. Clang! The two of them collided with each other and erupted with all their strength, forcing each other back. They didn't stop and continued to attack each other. Zhou Xuanji swung his swords with both hands, simultaneously unleashing two sword divine abilities, and he continuously switched between them. Ultimate Chaos Dao, Heavenly Sword Descent, Sword Soul, Great Enlightenment God Slash, Void Instant Kill, Evil Spirit Retribution, Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Sweep. Facing Zhou Xuanji's ferocious attacks, Yuan Ruzhen's attacks were equally ferocious. His fury surpassed Zhou Xuanji's. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more furious he became. Who was he? The number one genius of the revered Emperor Divine Range, was once the Origin Court War God, second only to one and above all. How could he be suppressed by a junior like Zhou Xuanji? Boom! Yuan Ruzhen shook his arms and his aura rose to a whole new level, shaking the entire universe. Chaos Chi was swept up and swept across the entire universe like a destructive tornado. The Soul Source Orb opened between Zhou Xuanji's eyebrows as he cast the exterminating divine light. His eyes and the Soul Source Orb shot out the exterminating divine light at the same time. 3 rays of light shot out. Yuan Ruzhen could not dodge in time, and was hit in the face. Instantly he could not move. Zhou Xuanji came up to him with a single step, and stabbed out with both swords, piercing through his shoulders. Slaying life-breaking circle and glorious destiny moon suppressed Yuan Ruzhen, as they smashed through the universe space. They fell into the chaotic flow of time. Zhou Xuanji drew his sword and slashed again. Yuan Ruzhen was, after all, the reincarnation of the god of war. He was not completely defeated. With a shake of his body, he teleported 1,000 feet away. His face contorted in anger. He waved his scythe fiercely and slashed down. His killing intent soared into the sky and tore apart the space-time electric currents around him. Zhou Xuanji laughed mockingly, and a silver radiance emanated from his body. Space-time power. His ultimate invasive body was cultivated in the chaotic flow of time, so he could absorb the space-time power. This was also the reason why he moved the battlefield here. At this moment, He seemed to have entered the divine moon state again. His aura was majestic. Yuan Risen let out a furious roar. The black chi around his body turned into black flames and attached to the surface of his body. The flames quickly formed into an armor, and 3 pairs of black flaming wings grew out from his back. He charged over with his scythe, and the flames on his body turned into a horrifying dragon head. It expanded rapidly and charged at Zhou Xuanji with an unstoppable roar. Countless sword chi burst out from Zhou Xuanji's body, sweeping in all directions like a powerful beam. Boom! The black flaming dragon head exploded. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Risen tore apart the black flames and clashed again. Both swords moved like the wind. Zhou Xuanji's sword speed reached its limit, as though there were countless sword shadows following him. Yuan Risen's movements were equally swift and fierce. The two were evenly matched. As they battled, they moved around, trying to find each other's flaws. Clang! The blades clashed. The two plunged into the chaotic flow of time and came to a peaceful universe. Boom! 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 With the arrival of the two, the universe began to collapse. They fought boldly and fearlessly. They only had eyes for each other and swore to kill each other. Is that all you've got? Zhou Xuanji mocked. His black hair danced wildly. Together with his purple pupils and the soul source orb between his brows, his body was filled with a frenzied aura. Yuan Risen was equally frenzied, but he looked more ruthless. He roared and grew taller. With a sweep of his blade, he sent Zhou Xuanji flying away. Zhou Xuanji felt numb between his thumb and forefinger. How did this guy's strength suddenly increase so much? Roar! The frenzied Yuan Risen was like an ancient ferocious beast. He roared with all his might as his body grew taller rapidly. More than 1,000 feet, more than 100,000 feet. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A majestic sword Buddha rose up quickly. Zhou Xuanji stood on top of the Buddha's head and looked at Yuan Risen. The golden Buddha grew to 1,000,000 feet tall and looked down at Yuan Risen. Thousands of arms grew out from its back, each holding a giant golden sword, and slashed at Yuan Risen. Clang! 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 Yuan Risen was forced back by the slashes. His body was extremely tough, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha could not break through his defense. I should be the one asking you. Is that all you've got? Yuan Risen laughed wildly. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji could not hurt him despite using all his strength, he felt extremely pleased. Zhou Xuanji suddenly fused with the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The thousand-hand sword Buddha's body glowed with a layer of silver light. He activated the fate manifestation technique straight away. Yuan Risen's past, present, and future appeared before his eyes. He saw Yuan Risen's majestic figure in high spirits. He saw Yuan Risen trembling and begging for mercy in front of a black shadow. He quickly manifested the death tribulation in the future. Yuan Risen's heart beat wildly. He even felt his scalp go numb, and his soul shuddered. What's going on? Yuan Risen was a little flustered. Zhou Xuanji did not let him sense the dangerous aura of death. Why was he so restless after breaking through? Could there be a powerful enemy nearby? He immediately retreated and looked around anxiously. The thousand-hand sword Buddha gave a strange cold smile. A black vortex appeared above Yuan Risen's head. A horrifying black shadow descended and pressed down on Yuan Risen. Yuan Risen wanted to dodge, but found that he could not move. His legs could not take the pressure, and he knelt down. He looked at the horrifying black shadow in fear. What is this? An indescribable fear welled up in his heart. His body trembled continuously. Chapter 805. Who are you? Yuan Risen raised his head and cried out in fear. Countless guesses appeared in his mind. Could it be an enemy? The black shadow was expressionless. He looked down at him without saying a word, but that aura could not be dispersed. It suppressed him so that he could not stand up. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. The destiny manifestation spell was indeed powerful. It could really manifest destiny. Seeing Yuan Risen kneeling and trembling, Zhou Xuanji felt exhilarated in his heart. At the same time, he was curious about the black shadow. Although he did not sense the black shadow's aura, he could sense that the black shadow was ridiculously powerful. After all, even he could not defeat Yuan Risen. let alone kneeling and begging for mercy. Could this black shadow be the darkness sovereign that Luan Feng mentioned? From the looks of it, it was indeed possible. Just as Zhou Xuanji was thinking, the black shadow suddenly raised his hand and slapped toward Yuan Rizan. Yuan Rizan's body convulsed. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth and turned into a blood mist in the void. He collapsed and floated in the void. The black shadow disappeared along with the black vortex. That's it. Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He did not expect this. Wasn't the destiny manifestation spell a little too powerful? Yuan Rizan could not resist at all? He was crushed directly. The thousand-hand sword Buddha disappeared. Zhou Xuanji flew over with his two swords to check if Yuan Rizan was dead. At this moment, Yuan Rizan got up suddenly and cried out in fear. "Don't come over! Don't come over! I beg you to spare me!" He roared at the top of his voice. Tears flowed from his eyes, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Taking this opportunity, Yuan Rizan immediately turned around and fled, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Crazy. Zhou Xuanji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not chase after him, because Yuan Rizan was too fast. During the battle, he had absorbed much of Yuan Rizan's Origin Fusion Divine power. He was getting closer and closer to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Erming. He immediately sat down to recuperate his cultivation. The entire universe regained its peace, but the collapsed space could not be restored in a short period of time. At a glance, it was like a beautiful starry sky painting that had countless cracks cut into it. It was very unnatural. Time ticked by. Zhou Xuanji benefited a lot from the battle with Yuan Rizan. He could finally fight to his heart's content with an existence of equal strength. He also had a rough estimate of his own strength, but it was still not enough. He had to become even stronger before he could face the arrival of the Dark Sovereign. Just as he was cultivating, a cloud of black gas quietly swept towards his back. Clang! The great destiny moon descended from above and shielded Zhou Xuanji's back. The blade trembled and gave off a clear sound. Zhou Xuanji looked back, and two rays of exterminating divine light enveloped the ball of black qi, making it unable to move. "Tell me your name." He spoke expressionlessly. This ball of black energy was not a living being. It should have been formed by some kind of divine art. It did not have any life force. However, wasn't it looking down on him too much if he wanted to use it to launch a sneak attack? A weathered voice came from the black smoke. "You've learned fate manifestation? It can actually manifest my future power." Zhou Xuanji heard and raised his brow slightly. Could it be that this guy was the black shadow that suppressed Yuan Rizan just now? That's right. But I'm curious who you are. Are you that Dark Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji asked straightforwardly. The other party did not come in person. Obviously, there was something restricting him. According to Luan Feng, the Dark Sovereign was arrogant and cruel. He had a deep-rooted hatred for the Kunlun Origin Court. If he could rush to the Kunlun Origin Court, he would not waste even a second. "Oh, you know me? Since you know it's me, aren't you afraid?" The weathered voice asked back. Its tone turned cold, and the killing intent made the temperature of the universe drop to the freezing point. A chill rose from the soles of Zhou Xuanji's feet and rushed up to the top of his head. Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel a sense of fear. He could not help but feel shocked. How powerful was this guy? Just a single sentence made him unable to restrain his emotions. After all, he was someone who had met the Dark Sovereign. "What's the use of being afraid?" he asked back, pretending to be calm. He could only bet that the other party had no way to kill him. No wonder Luan Feng looked like he was facing a great disaster. The Dark Sovereign was really terrifying. "I'm very interested in you. When I come to the Kunlun Origin Court, I hope you are still alive. At that time, show me the destiny manifestation technique again," the Dark Sovereign said with a cold smile. Just as he finished speaking, the black qi dissipated into thin air, breaking through the suppression of the exterminating divine light. Zhou Xuanji suffered a backlash. A mouthful of blood gushed up his throat. He wanted to swallow it, but he couldn't stop it. Red blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He swallowed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fell into silence. He was thinking about how powerful the Dark Sovereign was. Was that a spell that came out of his mouth? He clearly did not feel the other party's attack, but he was severely injured. He sighed. There was always someone stronger in the world. It was not an empty saying. Compared with the Dark Sovereign, his current strength was not worth mentioning. Zhou Xuanji did not leave, but stayed to recuperate. The Dark Sovereign had already left. It was impossible for him to return. That was illogical. In the mortal space, Xian Xianghua and Mortal Sovereign were sitting face to face. She was in a state of epiphany as she listened to Mortal Sovereign preach. At this moment, Mortal Sovereign suddenly stopped preaching. Xian Xianghua's state of epiphany was interrupted. She opened her eyes in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Mortal Sovereign frowned and said, "Your husband is in trouble. He is being targeted by someone more powerful than me." Hearing this, Xian Xianghua's expression changed. She quickly asked, "Who is it? What happened?" Mortal Sovereign did not hide anything and told her about the origin of the Dark Sovereign. After listening, Xian Xianghua fell into silence. She was so shocked that she couldn't recover for a long time. She didn't expect there to be a sovereign who wanted to destroy the Kunlun origin court. According to Mortal Sovereign, the Dark Sovereign was definitely at the top of all the sovereigns in history. Can the current Kunlun origin court stop him? Xian Xianghua looked up and asked. She knew that the sovereign had disappeared, and the Kunlun origin court was fighting for supremacy. Its strength must have been weakening. Mortal Sovereign shook his head and said, "Judging from the current situation, once he comes in, the Kunlun origin court will be destroyed." Xian Xianghua fell silent again. If so, it didn't matter whether the Dark Sovereign targeted Zhou Xuanji or not, because the Kunlun origin court would definitely be destroyed by him. Cultivate well. There is still hope before he comes in, Mortal Sovereign said. Autark Crimson Dust said. After she finished speaking, a red blur flew out from behind her and flashed by. Xian Xianghua was not surprised, because she had seen Mortal Sovereign create a clone more than once. She didn't know why. In the void outside the mortal space, Dao Hu was floating in the air, waiting quietly with a calm look on his face. Chapter 806. A red shadow swept out from the mortal plane and landed in front of Dao Hu. Dao Hu immediately saluted and said, "Greetings, mortal supremacy. I wish you eternal life and immortality." His tone was respectful, and he didn't look directly at mortal supremacy. "Dao Hu, do you remember who gave you today's fortune?" Mortal supremacy looked at Dao Hu disdainfully and asked casually. Dao Hu replied without hesitation, "It's you, supremacy. If you hadn't given me cultivation techniques and magical powers, I would still be just a speck of dust in the crowd." He was a legend in the Kunlun origin court because his rise was too fast. When he debuted, Beast Sovereign had been the master of the Evil Sky Divine range for many years, but he still caught up and even surpassed him. It was clear how terrifying his talent was. It was precisely because of this that he was able to win over countless die-hard followers and create the Dao Hu Qiuzuan, which terrified all divine ranges. You did a good job, but you were too eager for quick success. First you killed your sworn brother, and then you wanted to bring down the Kunlun origin court. It was too fast. Now you've missed a good opportunity, Mortal Supremacy said as she turned and looked in another direction. Dao Hu lowered his head, his expression a little ugly. Killing his sworn brother was the shame of his life. If someone else had mentioned it, he would definitely have killed them. Now you still have a chance, and that is to replace a sovereign divine range. Remember, you must be careful of Origin Court War God and Zhou Fa. Their origins are very special, and you must not look at them the way you used to. Mortal Supremacy instructed, which made Dao Hu curious. He asked, "Can you tell me their origins?" He was very familiar with Zhou Fa and Origin Court War God. Zhou Fa had been trying to cooperate with him during this time, and often sent people to find him. They were as annoying as flies. Origin Court War God was the strongest person under supremacy. Of course, that was only the case on the surface. If all the experts of the Kunlun Origin Court were included, Origin Court War God wouldn't even be in the top 10 experts that Dao Hu knew. Zhou Fa is related to a certain supremacy. That supremacy is very mysterious and definitely doesn't have good intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disturbed the Kunlun Origin Court. As for Origin Court War God, he seems to be absolutely loyal to the Kunlun Origin Court, but in fact he's the biggest scourge. You should be more careful. Autarch Crimsondust flicked her sleeves. After saying that, she transformed into a red blur and flew towards the depths of the universe, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Dao Hu raised his head and frowned as he fell into deep thought. He was curious about the true identity of Origin Court War God. Origin Court War God had always been the spiritual leader of the Kunlun Origin Court. Now, Crimsondust's supremacy actually said that he was the biggest scourge of the Kunlun Origin Court. Dao Hu couldn't help but think of the disappearance of Jizun. Could it be related to Origin Court War God? After the disappearance of supremacy, Origin Court War God was indeed the most promising candidate to become supremacy. However, things did not go as he wished. Various divine ranges erupted one after another, causing the Kunlun Origin Court to usher in a dark period. This is getting more and more interesting. Dao Hu muttered to himself with a horrified smile on his face. The more chaotic the Kunlun Origin Court was, the more excited he was. The more mysterious the enemy was, the more challenging it was for him. With that thought, he turned around and flew in another direction. After Zhou Xuanji recovered, he took out the Triphoenix Qilin carriage and flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Along the way, he did not meet Yuan Risen again. It seemed like that guy was really scared out of his mind. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji was cultivating. The battle with Yuan Risen gave him a lot of insights. In addition to the growth of his Origin Fusion divine energy, his cultivation was also improving. According to his own prediction, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Erming. He didn't feel proud of his cultivation speed. On the contrary, he felt that it was very slow. After all, the Dark Sovereign had his eyes on him. He must do everything possible to become stronger. When he returned to the Kunlun Origin Court, there was killing everywhere. From Origin Fusion Divine Lord to Overlord Saint, everyone was fighting for themselves. There were even divine range battles. Countless creatures were colliding with each other. It was extremely spectacular. From a distance, it looked like the Big Bang of the universe. Zhou Xuanji saw all of this. He didn't stop and flew straight toward the Evil Sky Divine Range. The struggle for power and status existed everywhere. As long as it was a race with intelligence, it was inevitable that there would be a struggle between superiors and inferiors. After entering the Evil Sky Divine Range, he went straight to the Sovereign Palace. After entering the palace, he saw Beast Sovereign and told him about his previous experience. After listening to him, Beast Sovereign sighed with emotion and said, "You have really grown up. Even Yuan Risen was played in the palm of your hand. Although you have learned the destiny manifestation technique, it doesn't mean that you are invincible. Next time you meet Yuan Risen, you still have to be careful. He has the strength to sweep away Origin Fusion Divine Lords." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also felt that Yuan Risen didn't use his full strength. Yuan Risen probably didn't expect the destiny manifestation technique to be so terrifying. Do you have any other arrangements? If not, I have to prepare for closed-door cultivation. I have been targeted by the Dark Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji continued to talk about the Dark Sovereign. This was a catastrophe for the entire Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't need to hold it in. Dark Sovereign. Beast Sovereign's expression changed drastically. He tried to remain calm and patiently listened to Zhou Xuanji. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "This is big trouble. I have heard of the terrifying legend of the Dark Sovereign when I was young. I didn't expect it to be true. Even a Pequot Realm Senior is so afraid of him. What should our Evil Sky Divine Range do?" Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He didn't have an answer, nor did he have the right to plan the future of the Evil Sky Divine Range. After a while, Beast Sovereign asked him to leave. "By the way, is Wei Yi still in the Divine Range?" Zhou Xuanji thought of something and asked. Beast Sovereign replied without hesitation, "He is out on a mission." His mind was full of thoughts about the Dark Sovereign, so he didn't guess why Zhou Xuanji asked such a question. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and left after hearing this. He had to find an opportunity to get rid of Wei Yi to avoid future trouble. Before meeting the Dark Sovereign, he wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. But now, he was afraid that Wei Yi would collude with the Dark Sovereign to deal with him. After leaving the Sovereign Palace, he flew toward Pure Sword Heaven. On the way, he met an acquaintance, Ji Huanglin, the genius who had invited him to join the Evil Sky Divine Range. Ever since Zhou Xuanji joined the Evil Sky Divine Range, he rarely came to disturb Zhou Xuanji. At least he wasn't as attentive as Wei Yi. I haven't seen you for many years. You have already surpassed me and become an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Congratulations, Ji Huanglin said with a smile, cupping his fists. His eyes were filled with surprise. He had always admired Zhou Xuanji. He was looking for an opportunity to talk to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile and asked, "How have you been recently?" Ji Huanglin's smile stiffened when he heard this. He sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Not bad. That's all. Let's talk next time. I'm in a hurry to finish my mission." Having said this, he left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Why did this guy suddenly change his attitude? Is he really in trouble recently? Chapter 807. Pure Sword Heaven. Zhou Xuanji came to Jiang Shui's side and summoned Chang Xian to gather all the higher-ups of Emperor Sword Court. While waiting, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Have Jinghong and the others already set off?" Jiang Shui nodded and said, "Miss Yin will personally escort them out of the Kunlun Origin Court. There shouldn't be any problems." She wanted to go out too, but Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian did not allow it. To Zhou Xuanji, he alone was enough. Jiang Shui could become more powerful, but it was not worth the risk. Zhou Xiaoxian thought so too. Moreover, Jiang Shui's identity was special. She might be captured by powerful enemies and used to threaten Zhou Xuanji. I don't know where Zhuge is. I haven't heard any news about him along the way. Zhou Xuanji sighed. After Xian Xianghua was taken away by mortal sovereign, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhuge chased after her. Zhou Tanhua was also taken away by mortal sovereign. Only Zhuge wasn't. He had asked Hongchen Supreme before, and she claimed that she hadn't captured Zhuge. Perhaps Zhuge was still searching for Zhou Tanhua and his mother somewhere in the Kunlun Origin Court. I hope nothing happens to him. Jiang Shui patted the back of his hand and comforted him. Don't worry, he isn't an ordinary genius. He was once an almighty of the Kunlun Origin Court in his previous life. It would be difficult for anyone to kill him. Zhou Xuanji nodded. It made sense to think that way. After a while, Daoya Old Man, Sheng Tiandao, Ren Niming, Huang Lianxin, the Old Beggar, Gu Tianxia, and the others arrived one after another. Is there something important? Daoya Old Man asked anxiously. Zhou Xuanji had finally returned and they welcomed peace. Could there be another catastrophe? Zhou Xuanji nodded and told him about the Darkness Sovereign. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had guessed all kinds of bad situations, but they had still been attacked by the Supreme of Darkness, a sovereign who wanted to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. Do the Sovereign Divine Ranges and Super Divine Ranges know about this? Gu Tianxia asked with a frown. After coming to Pure Sword Heaven, he had been working hard to catch up with Zhou Xuanji. His aptitude was indeed amazing. He was already a Dao-treading saint, and was about to break through to the Dao ancestor realm. But compared to Zhou Xuanji, his growth rate was nothing. Zhou Xuanji said, "You should know. On the way back, I found that the battles were even more intense. They probably want to unify the Kunlun Origin Court, and then work together to fight against the Dark Sovereign." Right now, the Kunlun Origin Court was in a state of disunity. If they wanted to live in harmony, they couldn't just rely on negotiations. They had to have absolute strength to suppress the Kunlun Origin Court. Ren Niming rubbed his chin and said, "The Evil Sky Divine Range is not as strong as before. We have to make a foolproof plan for ourselves." The others thought hard as well. Sovereign Darkness wanted to destroy the entire Kunlun Origin Court. In other words, hiding was useless. The only way was to defeat the Darkness Sovereign. But the current Kunlun Origin Court didn't even have a supremacy, so how could they do it? The old beggar shook the wine pot and said with a smile, "When I was young, I had also heard of the legend of the Dark Sovereign. I didn't expect it to be true. If I could see his elegant demeanor with my own eyes, my life would be worth it." The others rolled their eyes. "You are worth it, but we don't think so. You should already have an idea, right?" Xiaohu looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked expectantly. The others also looked at Zhou Xuanji. Now all of them had to rely on Zhou Xuanji. Even if they combined their strength, they wouldn't even be able to crush Zhou Xuanji's finger. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Next, I will preach the Tao to you and try to improve your strength as much as possible. Anyone who has reached the Tao-treading Saint realm can go out to train. This is your choice. I won't force you. When you are strong enough, go to the Kunlun Origin Court and find a suitable universe. At that time, I will use a divine ability to isolate that universe and establish a teleportation connection with pure sword heaven. The most important thing is to cultivate and improve your strength." Everyone nodded. They all felt their blood boiling. They had been resting for so long. It was time to move. This was the most chaotic era, and it was also the era where heroes were most likely to emerge. They wanted to support Zhou Xuanji as the sovereign, and the sovereign's subordinates couldn't be too weak. Zhou Xuanji continued to arrange his cultivation schedule. In addition to cultivation, he also needed to work on his divine abilities and mental state. He was not afraid of Beast Sovereign hearing him. After all, Beast Sovereign also hoped that he could become a supreme. If he became a sovereign, he would definitely be an existence that Beast Sovereign couldn't control. Him being able to help and protect the Evil Sky Divine Range was the greatest repayment, just like the Tiani Divine Range and the previous sovereign. Inside the Sovereign Palace, Beast Sovereign summoned hundreds of Evil Sky Divine Guards. The Evil Sky Divine Range had been in turmoil all these years, and more than half of the 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards had died. Go to the Evil Sky Divine Range and invite all the ancestral patriarchs, mighty figures and eternal prodigies back. Just say that the Darkness Supremacy is making a comeback." Beast Sovereign waved his hand domineeringly. He had never given such an order before. The threat posed by the Darkness Supremacy far surpassed that of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Moreover, if it was just the crisis of the Divine Ranges, he wouldn't be able to invite those old ancestors. However, if it was related to the survival of the Kunlun Origin Court, even the most indifferent Almighty would be scared. Yes, the Evil Sky Divine Guards accepted the order and disappeared from the hall. Beast Sovereign's eyes flickered. He suddenly got up and disappeared. Meanwhile, all the Middle Upper Divine Ranges learned about the Darkness Supremacy. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire Kunlun Origin Court became more and more tense. Zhou Xuanji ignored the affairs of the world and focused on cultivation. He also helped Pure Sword Heaven preach. The atmosphere of Pure Sword Heaven was positive. Everyone was working hard on cultivation, including Chang Xian. Zhou Tanhua often looked for Zhou Xuanji to spar with. Zhou Xuanji was also happy to see this. He discovered that this kid actually had a very good talent in Sword Dao. He wasn't any weaker than Zhou Shaoxian. Coupled with the exterminating divine eyes, this kid might really be able to catch up to him. Zhou Tanhua fought his father with all his strength for the first time. He finally realized how terrifying his father was. No matter how he attacked, Zhou Xuanji didn't move at all. Zhou Xuanji bounced him away invisibly. Zhou Tanhua was so shocked that he almost became autistic. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji had been giving him pointers during this process, steadily improving his actual combat ability. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. On this day, Nam Mutiani sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji, inviting him out to meet him. Zhou Xuanji gave a few instructions to Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, who were cultivating in front of him, before quickly leaving. After leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range, he traveled through space and arrived at the Void Boundary. This was his request. The two had to go to the Void Boundary to meet. In the Void Boundary, most divine senses could be isolated. "What's the matter?" asked Zhou Xuanji, looking at the figure behind Nam Mutiani. This person was wearing a noble blue robe. He was tall, had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a jade-like face. His eyes were brimming with vigor. At first glance, One could tell that he wasn't simple. Nam Matiani replied, "Naturally, it's for the darkness supremacy. Let me introduce you to the person behind me." Chapter 808. His name is Wang Buao, and he is known as the great sage Guang Fa Hao Ranzun. He is the strongest heaven's pride in our Tiani divine range. He rarely shows himself, so you might not have heard of him. Nam Matiani introduced calmly. Having heard this, Wang Buao cupped his fist and bowed to Zhou Xuanji. He smiled and said, "The branch lord said that you are the most likely to become the sovereign. Now that I have seen you, you are indeed extraordinary. You have already mastered the legendary inverse chaos divine ability, right? I can sense a special fluctuation of rules around you." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked with a smile, "How much is the difference between young heavenly lord and you?" The young heavenly lord was very strong, and almost no one in the same generation could match him. Wang Buao's lips curled up in a smile. "He's my disciple. Of course, he's arrogant and has always wanted to surpass me, but it's impossible for him to surpass me." Over the years, young heavenly lord had always been the strongest in the Tiani divine range on the surface, but the older creatures all knew that Wang Buao was the strongest. Nam Matiani smiled and said, "Don't look down on him just because he's a proud son of heaven. He once nearly killed Daohu by himself. His strength cannot be underestimated. Even I don't know how many trump cards he has." Zhou Xuanji could not help but look at Wang Buao in awe. He asked curiously, "What does bringing him to see me have to do with the darkness sovereign?" Before Nam Matiani could reply, Wang Buao spoke first. "I know my personality. If the sovereign of darkness appears, I will definitely challenge him. Therefore, I hope that you can use the fate manifestation technique on me. Let me experience the terror of the sovereign of darkness in advance." His eyes were filled with eagerness and excitement. Nam Matian nodded and said, "He'll be one of our forces against the darkness sovereign. As for you, your top priority is to cultivate properly. Once we've defeated the darkness sovereign, if you're able to mature, then we'll be able to help you rise to the top." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Why did it sound so touching? However, he was still cautious, and did not completely believe him. He looked at Wang Buao and asked, "Are you ready?" Wang Buao twisted his neck and said with a smile, "Come on." He couldn't wait to experience the power of the darkness sovereign. Zhou Xuanji immediately cast the destiny manifestation technique, gathering the destiny factors in Wang Buao's body, and prying into his past and future. Countless scenes flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was the first to see an image. The young Wang Buao knelt at the foot of the 10,000 stone steps, kowtowing incessantly. His forehead was badly mutilated. Meanwhile, a figure stood at the top of the stone stairs. He was as imposing as a divine mountain, and with the blazing sun on his back, his aura was magnificent. "You don't deserve to be my disciple." The imposing figure spoke in an overbearing manner. His voice was like a thunderclap that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji looked over with a strange expression. Isn't this Origin Court War God? He actually rejected Wang Buao. Following this, Zhou Xuanji looked toward Wang Buao's future. As expected, Wang Buao's death calamity was also a darkness sovereign. In a broken universe, countless corpses floated in the air. Wang Buao, who was covered in blood, rushed towards a huge black shadow, roaring at the top of his lungs. The huge black shadow raised its palm and waved it lightly, turning Wang Buao into dust. Peerlessly powerful, Wang Buao was as weak as a speck of dust in front of Paragon Darkness. All of this seemed to have taken a lot of time, but in reality, only an instant had passed. Zhou Xuanji revealed Wang Buao's future death tribulation. Black clouds gathered above Wang Buao's head. It was a horrifying scene. Nam Matiani looked up with a curious look. Wang Buao flew far away, and faced his death tribulation alone. Soon, he was enveloped by an indescribable might, and he could not move. "This is the aura of the darkness sovereign." Wang Buao mumbled to himself with a deep frown. His excitement receded, and was replaced by uneasiness. Nam Matiani frowned as well. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in surprise, he asked, Can the tribulation revealed by the destiny manifestation technique be fully revealed? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied, "This is related to my strength. How can I fully reveal the might of the darkness sovereign?" In other words, this phenomenon could not be compared to the darkness sovereign. A tall and imposing black shadow descended from the black clouds. He raised his right palm and slapped toward Wang Buao. Wang Buao's face turned pale, and he was forced to his knees by the slap. This scene was so similar to the one that had happened before. Nam Matiani fell silent. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. How powerful was the darkness sovereign? He could display the invincibility of the darkness sovereign just by using the destiny manifestation technique. Hold on. Wouldn't that mean that everyone would die at the hands of the darkness sovereign in the future? Everyone might face this tribulation. Wouldn't he be able to use this tribulation to kill all the powerful enemies he might encounter in the future? Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. The more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt. This was definitely a good idea. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his lips, concealing his strength and fame. Soon, the black clouds dispersed, and the darkness sovereign's shadow disappeared, never to be seen again. Wang Buao was still kneeling in the void, covered in cold sweat. He could not come back to his senses even after a long while. Nam Matiani looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed in amazement. With this divine ability and the inverse chaos divine ability, your future is limitless. He had already expected what Zhou Xuanji was thinking. Looking at what happened to Wang Buao, Zhou Xuanji already had the qualifications to be invincible. When his cultivation soared again, who in the Kunlun origin court could be his match? He would be equivalent to the darkness sovereign. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Apart from this, do you have anything else?" Nam Matiani came personally not just to let Wang Buao test the darkness sovereign's strength. Nam Matiani said in a deep voice, "Naturally, it's to discuss the future development." Without waiting for Zhou Xuanji to answer, he continued, "The evil sky divine range is definitely unreliable. Beast sovereign got the help of Origin Court War God and became arrogant. But Origin Court War God has disappeared, and the evil sky divine range has declined. If you stay in the evil sky divine range, you will only be cannon fodder when facing the darkness sovereign in the future. Come to our Tani divine range, or find a plane to hide and cultivate in peace. Only then can you grow," Nam Matiani said seriously. Nam Matiani said seriously. He despised Beast Sovereign from the bottom of his heart. Back then, before Zhou Xuanji had fully grown, Beast Sovereign had sent Zhou Xuanji to compete for the sovereign list. If Zhou Xuanji hadn't run into him, but other divine range masters, he would have died without a doubt. In his opinion, Beast Sovereign thought too highly of Zhou Xuanji. It could even be said that he relied on Zhou Xuanji too much. He wanted to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Zhou Xuanji would die sooner or later in Beast Sovereign's hands. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and didn't answer. He also had such considerations. He had already saved the Evil Sky Divine Range, and even stopped other divine ranges from attacking the Evil Sky Divine Range. Even if he left now, he had done his best. It was just that he was worried that the Evil Sky Divine Range would face a catastrophe after he left. Nam Matiani stared at him and said seriously, "You are going to become the sovereign." At that time, the entire Kunlun Origin Court and tens of thousands of divine ranges will have to bow down to you. Is a mere Evil Sky Divine Range worthy of you? Chapter 809. Although Nam Matiani's words were somewhat callous and heartless, it was the truth. Zhou Xuanji couldn't stay in the Evil Sky Divine Range forever. He had always wanted to leave, but he was just waiting for the right time. The current Evil Sky Divine Range was no longer of any help to him. If he continued to stay here, it might affect his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "I will consider this." Nam Matian nodded and did not force him. Instead, he admired Zhou Xuanji's hesitation. It meant that this boy was loyal to his friends, and he would not suffer if he followed him in the future. You don't have to worry too much about the Darkness Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court isn't as weak as it looks on the surface. The Darkness Sovereign has been defeated in every battle, and this time will be no exception. Just cultivate in peace. With a flip of his right hand, a green brocade pouch appeared in his palm. There are primal Dao stones in here that are unique to our Tianyi divine range. They are specially used for cultivation. You can use them first. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and caught the green brocade bag. He nodded and said with a smile, "You have treated me with sincerity. If I can really become the sovereign, I will repay you with sincerity." Hearing this, Namma Tianyi beamed. That was what he wanted to hear. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two parted ways. Namma Tianyi carried the muddle-headed Wang Buao back. Zhou Xuanji returned to the Evil Sky Divine Range. Along the way, he had been considering whether he should leave the Evil Sky Divine Range. Recently, Beast Sovereign had indeed been mobilizing troops and seemed to be planning something big. The Evil Sky Divine Range had already suffered heavy losses. They didn't have peace of mind to develop, yet they wanted to start another war. He really couldn't see through what Beast Sovereign was thinking. When he returned to the Kunlun universe, he suddenly discovered that the number of wandering creatures had greatly decreased. Could it be that they're all prepared to stop fighting and deal with the darkness supremacy? He was deep in thought, but he didn't stop. He flew toward the Evil Sky Divine Range at full speed. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Zhou Fa. He sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji. "Come here. I have something important to discuss with you. It's a huge matter that concerns our lives and the survival of the entire Kunlun origin court." Zhou Xuanji heard him and hesitated for a moment. But he still followed him to a deserted divine range at the side. During the several hundred years of the Dark Era, hundreds of divine ranges were slaughtered and turned into wastelands. After entering the divine vein, the two landed in a desolate forest. "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Fa's expression was ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "I miscalculated." The biggest problem for the Kunlun Origin Court was the Origin Court War God. That guy is the biological son of Dark Sovereign. He was sent to the Kunlun Origin Court by Dark Sovereign in his early years, allowing him to become Origin Court War God step by step. Now, Origin Court War God is plotting to make Dark Sovereign make a comeback, and Beast Sovereign is likely to be part of the plan. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was a little surprised. In his eyes, the Origin Court War God was upright and righteous. He was willing to die for the Kunlun Origin Court. But this guy was actually pretending? He inexplicably thought of the Origin Court War God in Anti-Kunlun, who was ferocious and evil. Could that be the true face of the Origin Court War God? Then what? There are so many powerful people trying to stop Origin Court War God. What's the use of looking for me? Zhou Xuanji asked with a calm expression, as though he did not care about this at all. He was wondering if Beast Sovereign's recent actions were related to the Origin Court War God. Since the disappearance of the Origin Court War God, Beast Sovereign hadn't mentioned it. Previously, he thought Beast Sovereign was sad, so he didn't ask much. Of course it's related. The Evil Sky Divine Range is closely related to you. If the Evil Sky Divine Range betrays you, do you still want to become the sovereign? Dream on. At that time, you will encounter the crazy counterattack of the entire Kunlun Origin Court. And although I am your enemy, I don't want the Kunlun Origin Court to be united. If that happens, all my plans will be in vain. I only have hope if you are not destroyed, Zhou Fa said with a gloomy face. Zhou Fa said with a gloomy face. His tone was very unhappy. He hated the Evil Sky Divine Range and the Origin Court War God. He actually didn't take them into account. Zhou Xuanji curiously asked, "Why do you say that?" Zhou Fa seriously said, "As long as you are alive, you can turn the Kunlun Origin Court upside down. There will be no peace for a day." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He suddenly wanted to hit someone. What is this? Think about it. Ever since you came to the Kunlun Origin Court, the Kunlun Origin Court has been going through a dark period. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Zhou Fa said seriously, as though Zhou Xuanji was an unlucky star. Zhou Xuanji angrily said, "Why isn't it because you are here?" Zhou Fa replied, "I am one of the reasons. You are the biggest reason." What could Zhou Xuanji say in the face of such nonsense? He could only chuckle. "Okay, You must hurry up and sever your relationship with the evil sky divine range. It's best to spread this matter and let the entire Kunlun origin court know about it, Zhou Fa said, waving his hand. After speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. He suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said in a meaningful tone, I don't know what your relationship with Hongqin sovereign is. She dared to hurt me. Tell her that I will pay her back tenfold for that slap. A black crack appeared in front of him, and he stepped into it. Zhou Xuanji turned around and left. After flying out of the divine range, he made a decision. Leave the evil sky divine range. Zhou Fa and Nan Matiani both advised him to leave the evil sky divine range. They shouldn't be in cahoots. Otherwise, the two wouldn't have come to him one after the other. Interesting, the Kunlun origin court really can't be seen with the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes flickered as a weird smile appeared on his face. Such a situation didn't give him a headache. On the contrary, he found it interesting. After returning to the evil sky divine range and pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone together. Then, he used the suppressing the universe to isolate the mountain. He told everyone what he knew. Everyone was shocked. How can Origin Court War God be a traitor of the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Tanhua cried out in astonishment. He had worshipped Origin Court War God as his master since he was a child. But due to a series of strange circumstances, he had only met Origin Court War God once, and had never learned any skills from him. Even so, Origin Court War God held an extraordinary weight in his heart. The others started discussing. No wonder the evil sky divine range has been so nervous recently. Who doesn't know the relationship between Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God? Then leave quickly. You have already helped the evil sky divine range escape the danger of extinction. You have already repaid their kindness. You can't be dragged down by them again. Yeah, Dark Sovereign wants to target our court lord. This is too exaggerated. It seems that no one in the Kunlun Origin Court can be easily trusted. Zhou Xuanji didn't interrupt and let them discuss on their own. He looked at Chang Xian and asked, What's your choice? Follow me or stay in the evil sky divine range. After all, Chang Xian was born and raised in the evil sky divine range. She probably didn't want to leave. Zhou Xuanji had a good impression of her, so he didn't want to force her. Of course, I will follow you forever. I have no parents since I was a child. Although I grew up in the evil sky divine range, I have always been trained as a tool. Chang Xian replied without hesitation. Chang Xian replied without hesitation, her eyes firm. Chapter 8:10. Chang Xian was willing to follow Zhou Xuanji, not to mention the others. Zhou Xuanji told them to disperse and pack their things. Go ask those servants if they are willing to follow us. Don't force them to stay. When the time comes, all of you will enter the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. I will go find Beast Sovereign first. Zhou Xuanji instructed Jiang Shui and Chang Xian. After speaking, he turned around and left Pure Sword Heaven. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly, I'm finally leaving. I'm tired of staying in the Evil Sky Divine Range. Ever since she came to the Evil Sky Divine Range, the Kunlun Origin Court was in turmoil. She spent most of her time in the Evil Sky Divine Range, and rarely went out. Jiang Shui glared at her and said, We haven't left yet. Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Shaoxian quickly covered her mouth after hearing this, for fear that Beast Sovereign would hear her. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji came directly to the gate of the Sovereign Palace. He cupped his fists and said, Sovereign, I have something to see you. Although he was no longer afraid of Beast Sovereign, he still had to do the necessary etiquette. After all, Beast Sovereign was his elder, and had helped him before. Come in. Beast Sovereign's voice floated out from the palace. His tone was calm. The gate opened, and Zhou Xuanji followed in a flash. In addition to Beast Sovereign, there were two black-robed old men standing in the palace. They were as thin as a stick and had a pair of fierce eyes. One had a head full of dry hair, and the other had a pair of horns. They didn't look like good people. As Zhou Xuanji appeared between them, they turned to look at him. What's the matter? Beast Sovereign asked, sitting on the main seat. He was no longer as enthusiastic as he used to be. Zhou Xuanji didn't beat around the bush and directly said, I'm leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range. I want to say goodbye to you. What? You want to betray the Evil Sky Divine Range? Before Beast Sovereign could speak, the two black-robed old men next to him angrily shouted. Zhou Xuanji ignored them. Staring at Beast Sovereign, he said, I want to cultivate in peace, and also cultivate my disciples and grand-disciples. I will take them to explore the world. Beast Sovereign furrowed his brow and said, If you stay, I will still protect you. As soon as he said this, he regretted it a little. If not for Zhou Xuanji's powerful return, he would still be locked up in the Origin Court. The Evil Sky Divine Range might have already been flattened. Right now, he had no right to say that he could protect Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. The young eagle will eventually soar. I'm not cutting off all ties with the Evil Sky Divine Range. I just want to establish my own sect. In the future, the Evil Sky Divine Range will still be on good terms with me. If the Evil Sky Divine Range is in trouble, I will not stand idly by. The two black-robed elders snorted coldly. Such beautiful words were clearly a lie. Beast Sovereign fell into a dilemma. He wanted to make Zhou Xuanji stay, but he didn't know how. Stay for a while longer. After all, the Evil Sky Divine Range has spent so many resources and opportunities on you. Shouldn't you repay them? The withered old man said coldly. His killing intent filled the entire hall. He was threatening Zhou Xuanji. The horned elder laughed and said, That's right. Little kid, you have to repay a debt of gratitude, understand? They had long heard of Zhou Xuanji and knew his talent. How could they let him go? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I've made up my mind. Seniors, please don't stop me. If the Evil Sky Divine Range didn't let him go, then he could only force his way out. He hoped that Beast Sovereign would give him a little face, so that he wouldn't have risked his life to save Zhou Xuanji in vain. Forget it, let him go. Since ancient times, there have always been geniuses who established their own sections. Maybe he will become the sovereign? Beast Sovereign said, waving his hand. His tone was thought-provoking. Zhou Xuanji found that he had become very calm. He wasn't as sharp as before. It seemed that Origin Court War God had already looked for him. The two brothers had already colluded. Therefore, Zhou Xuanji was no longer an indispensable existence in the eyes of Beast Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji bowed to Beast Sovereign before turning around and preparing to leave. At this moment, the two black-robed elders suddenly attacked him. Their claws were like eagle claws as they tried to grab his shoulders. He directly used the inverse chaos divine ability, causing the two black-robed elders to instantly reverse their direction and pounce toward Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign quickly dodged. The three turned their heads to look at Zhou Xuanji in shock. This kid. Beast Sovereign's eyes widened. Monstrous waves were raging in his heart. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had become very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Even he couldn't see the divine ability just now clearly. The two black-robed elders flew into a rage out of humiliation. They once again attacked Zhou Xuanji. This time they were on high alert. They didn't want to be tricked again. But just as they were about to touch Zhou Xuanji, their direction was reversed again. They only felt a blur before their eyes as Zhou Xuanji disappeared. From a bystander's point of view, Beast Sovereign felt his blood run cold. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and stepped out of the Sovereign Palace, flying toward pure sword heaven. Don't even think about escaping. The withered old man and horned old man chased after him. They were filled with anger. How could they let Zhou Xuanji go? The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose. He immediately turned around and cast the Fate Manifestation technique. In an instant, a dark cloud shrouded the heads of the two black-robed elders. They subconsciously stopped and looked up. A terrifying pressure enveloped them. A figure appeared above the dark cloud. It was Origin Court War God. Origin Court War God's face was filled with a murderous aura. He thrust his spear toward them. The two vomited blood at the same time as they collapsed in the void. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. He didn't expect that the death tribulation of these two old things would be Origin Court War God. Interesting. Beast Sovereign rushed over and was immediately stunned when he saw Origin Court War God above the sea of clouds. But very soon he understood. Fate Manifestation technique. He has already mastered the new supreme divine ability to this level. Beast Sovereign felt incredible. He knew that Zhou Xuanji's talent was ridiculously strong, but when the two of them stood on opposite sides, the impact was too strong, making him confused. Was it a mistake for him to let Zhou Xuanji go? What was it that made Zhou Xuanji want to leave? After Zhou Xuanji left, many creatures gathered. Looking at the two black-robed old men twitching in the void, all the creatures were in an uproar. Isn't that Elder Shuangjue? How did he end up like this? Was it Origin Court War God who attacked just now? No, it's not the real Origin Court War God. It's the manifestation of some divine ability. I saw it. Elder Shuangjue wanted to stop Zhou Xuanji, but... Hiss! Zhou Xuanji is already this strong. Beast Sovereign approached Elder Shuangjue and brought them back to the Sovereign Palace to recuperate. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, returned to pure sword heaven. Everyone was still packing up their things. Jiang Shui stood in front of the pavilion, hesitating whether to move it or not. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared beside her, giving her a fright. It's over so soon. Jiang Shui pouted. There was some resentment in her eyes. This guy always appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Sooner or later, he would scare her to death. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I have already laid my cards on the table. But two elders stopped me. They are already seriously injured. Beast Sovereign should not make things difficult for me anymore. Jiang Shui nodded and said with a sigh, Everyone has their own fate. They should support you so that you can support each other in the future. What a pity. Chapter 811. An hour later, everyone had packed their things, and Zhou Xuanji put them into the 24-rank deep black lotus. He Jiang Shui, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, and Chang Xian left in the Triphoenix Qilin carriage. Now he no longer needed to be cautious. He wanted to openly leave the Evil Sky Divine Range and spread the news. The Triphoenix Qilin carriage smoothly left the Evil Sky Divine Range. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Evil Sky Divine Range. Now Zhou Xuanji had become one of the representatives of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Especially since he was in the limelight recently. He was extremely popular and had many admirers in the Divine Range. He had injured Elder Shuangju and forcefully charged out of the Evil Sky Divine Range. What did this mean? The Evil Sky Divine Range has fallen. We can't keep him. It's not his fault. Looking at the Evil Sky Divine Range's development over the years, even I want to leave. That's right. They've just gone through a calamity. Instead of recuperating properly, they actually want to start a war. Who will our Divine Range target next? Who knows? The higher-ups never say. We only know who the enemy is when they come. In the Evil Sky Divine Range, not many people were angry because of Zhou Xuanji's departure. Most of them were sighing in sorrow. After all, the news of Zhou Xuanji slaughtering 1 billion enemies near the Evil Sky Divine Range had already spread. They all knew that Zhou Xuanji had saved the Evil Sky Divine Range. With such achievements, no one would say that Zhou Xuanji betrayed the Evil Sky Divine Range if he left. After leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range, the Triphoenix Qilin carriage flew towards the void boundary. Zhou Xuanji planned to open up a world under the Kunlun Origin Court. He had collected a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As long as he was given time, he could make the new world have the same environment as the Kunlun Origin Court. Father, where are we going next? Should I seek refuge with the Divine Range? Zhou Tanhua asked curiously. He just wanted to find a place to stop and cultivate. Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, We can actually find an abandoned Divine Range and create a new one. As soon as he said this, Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tanhua, Jiang Shui, and Chang Xian's eyes lit up. That's right. Even if it's an abandoned divine vein, its foundation is incomparable to that of other universes. Chang Xian nodded and said with a smile. In history, many divine veins were built on abandoned divine veins. With each passing generation, it is possible for them to become super divine veins or sovereign divine veins. Zhou Xuanji was moved. He didn't want to completely leave the Kunlun Origin Court. He just didn't want to rely on other divine ranges. He immediately got the Triphoenix Qilin carriage to turn around planning to wander around the Kunlun universe. In less than a month, the news of Zhou Xuanji leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range spread across the entire Kunlun origin court. Middle and Upper Divine Ranges, Super Divine Ranges, and Sovereign Divine Ranges all took action to rope Zhou Xuanji in. However, they could not find Zhou Xuanji. In an inconspicuous deserted divine range on the Kunlun origin court side, Zhou Xuanji and the others had settled down. Nam Mutian led a group of people over to help clean up the area. They also set up a vein protecting formation to isolate the other divine ranges' divine senses and deductions. Zhou Xuanji stood at the edge of the cliff with him and looked down at the vast ocean. The mist covered the sky, making it look like a dream. This divine range used to be a mid-ranked divine range. It's not bad. The degree of destruction is not high. It's enough for you to live and develop, Nam Mutiani said with a smile. Ever since Zhou Xuanji left the Evil Sky Divine Range, he had been smiling every time he saw Zhou Xuanji. He looked down on the Evil Sky Divine Range from the bottom of his heart. Now that Zhou Xuanji had no one to rely on, it was the best time for him to realize his value. Thank you for the Tiani Divine Range's help. I won't say too much. After I become the sovereign, there's still a long way to go, Zhou Xuanji said with a nod. Nam Mutiani's eyes narrowed into a smile. The two began chatting about the situation in the Kunlun origin court. Ever since the news of the Dark Sovereign's comeback spread, the entire Kunlun origin court was in a state of turmoil. All the divine ranges closed their doors to recuperate and prepare for the Dark Sovereign's arrival. It was a rare period of peace in the dark. How's Wang Buao? Zhou Xuanji suddenly asked. That guy wanted to feel the Dark Sovereign's power, but was scared silly on the spot. It was a little funny. Nam Mutiani shook his head with a smile and said, that guy was stimulated and is cultivating in seclusion. He felt that it was funny too, but it was a good opportunity to dampen Wang Buao's spirit, lest he became arrogant and conceited. Okay, this divine range is almost cleaned up. I will leave the rest to you. It's time for me to leave with the disciples. Nam Mutiani changed the topic and said, even if he didn't say it, Zhou Xuanji would expel him sooner or later. It was better to be tactful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and watched Nam Mutiani leave. In less than half an hour, everyone from the Tiani Divine Range flew out of the Divine Range's protective array. Zhou Xuanji's divine sense covered the entire divine range. Although this divine range was not as good as the Evil Sky Divine Range, it was bigger than the Longbow Divine Range. It had tens of thousands of independent worlds, each of which was bigger than the Northern Wilderness region. They were rich in spiritual qi and abundant in resources. Zhou Xuanji released the world inside the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. The Northern Wilderness region was the lowest realm, followed by the Demon Realm, and above that were the living beings of the Great Thousand World. The 100 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court were scattered in the lower 100 realms. After so many years, the number of Emperor Sword Court's disciples had been increasing. Although many disciples had gone out with Xiao Jinghong and the others, the number of disciples left behind was still huge. Since they were new here and wanted to establish a new divine range, they had to have rules. Zhou Xuanji set up a cultivation threshold. After reaching the Saint Realm, they could go to the Upper Realm and choose a blessed place to cultivate. If they reached the Dao-treading Saint Realm, they could rule a realm alone. Countless years later, Emperor Sword Court would have more than 10,000 Dao-treading saints. But by then the current Dao-treading saints would be even more powerful. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the living beings from the various realms. He cast the extreme nightmare abyss and pulled everyone into a dream. In the dream he was high and mighty. All the living beings gathered on the grassland and looked up at him. From today onwards, we will establish our own divine range in the Kunlun origin court. This divine range will be called the Emperor Sword Divine Range, and Emperor Sword Court will reign supreme. From now on, you must cultivate hard and strengthen the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Don't bring shame to the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji spoke. His voice was extremely persuasive. All the living beings who heard him felt their blood boiling. Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian were also looking up at their father. Their eyes were filled with admiration, especially Zhou Tanhua. All these years, Zhou Xuanji had personally taught him, which made him admire his father even more. Now, he completely believed that Zhou Xuanji was already a powerhouse of the Kunlun origin court, and would surely become the sovereign in the future. This pulse-setting assembly lasted for 4 hours. None of the living beings felt tired or sleepy. After the extreme nightmare abyss ended, they still wanted to continue. Zhou Xuanji let them rest for half a month, before he began preaching to them, to help them grow their cultivation quickly. Chapter 8:12. When the Emperor Sword Divine Range was established, and everyone in the Emperor Sword Court was working hard to cultivate, the Kunlun origin court was in turmoil. The news about Zhou Xuanji creating the Emperor Sword Divine Range spread like wildfire. No matter how strong the Meridian Protection Array was, it couldn't stop the prying eyes of powerful beings. The Emperor Sword Divine Range was established so quickly. Isn't Zhou Xuanji alone? How can he create a divine range? It's said that Zhou Xuanji has a world treasure, and has long since brought his disciples and grand disciples. Amazing! Even the Evil Sky Divine Range doesn't dare to have any objections when he creates his own divine range. That's right. If it were us, we would have been treated as traitors of the divine range and killed. In the Kunlun origin court, as long as there were living beings, everyone was discussing this matter. The Emperor Sword Divine Range hadn't even made it public or done anything earth-shattering. But everyone in the Kunlun origin court knew about it first. It had to be said that Zhou Xuanji's fame and prestige had reached an extremely terrifying level. Many creatures did not realize this. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji didn't leave the Emperor Sword Divine Range, but continued to lead the disciples in cultivation. Although the Kunlun origin court was in turmoil, no divine range dared to provoke or suppress the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Naturally, Nan Matiani had contributed to this. On the other hand, the Evil Sky Divine Range was wantonly mobilizing their troops. Those ancient and powerful experts and primogenitors returned one after another. They even started invading the surrounding divine ranges. In just a few short years, their forces expanded crazily, causing many divine ranges to feel uneasy. The news that Origin Court War God was the son of the Dark Supremacy also began to spread. At the same time, all kinds of terrifying legends about the Dark Supremacy were dug up and spread widely. The Emperor Sword Divine Range's limelight was stolen by the Evil Sky Divine Range just like that. Zhou Xuanji was not unhappy about this, because he did not care about this at all. Every once in a while, as long as a disciple reached the Saint Realm, Zhou Xuanji would send them out to gain experience and broaden their horizons. However, many of the disciples returned with heavy injuries, and some even died. These tragic tragedies made the disciples of Emperor Sword Divine Range realize the cruelty of the Kunlun origin court. No one dared to rashly think of leaving Emperor Sword Divine Range. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji turned 1,500 years old. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 1,500 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained All Things Fuse Infinite Divine Sword, Delusion Sea of Swords. The sword spirit's voice never changed. It was still cold and timely. Information about the non-existence divine sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, non-existent divine sword level. Myriad fusion description. There is no definition of existence, but it is filled with danger. Within the rules, it is impossible to detect its existence. Using this sword requires the cultivation of at least Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 3. No definition of existence? The ultimate version of Shadowless Sword? Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel curious. He naturally looked forward to such a legendary sword. Then he imparted the Delusion Sea of Swords. A large amount of memories flowed into his mind. He closed his eyes and quietly experienced it. The illusory thought Sea of Swords transformed his thoughts into a Sea of Sword Chi. The might of the Sea of Swords was related to his thoughts. This Sword Dao divine art was even more profound and exquisite than the primordial chaos sword Shadow. It was extremely destructive and powerful, and at the same time, it had infinite transformations. After learning the delusional sword C, Zhou Xuanji got up and left his palace. He arrived in front of the cliff outside the palace and looked down. Below him was a majestic and magnificent city that stood on a floating island. With a sweep of his divine will, he took in the entire situation of the Emperor's Sword divine range. Most of the disciples were cultivating diligently and dared not to slack off. The entire Emperor's Sword divine range was thriving. Although it was not crowded, it was filled with a sense of vitality that led straight to the peak of the divine range. If this continues, we will soon be comparable to some inferior divine ranges, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. He was calculating without considering himself. Otherwise, with his cultivation, the Emperor's Sword divine range was already comparable to an intermediate divine range. Origin Fusion Divine Lord was a top-notch existence in the Kunlun Origin Court. But in the superior divine ranges, super divine ranges, and sovereign divine ranges, there were countless Origin Fusion Divine Lords. From a certain perspective, this could be considered a monopoly of the powerful. Zhou Xuanji decided to visit Xian Xianghua. After so many years, he wondered how she was doing with her cultivation. After the thought, he left the Emperor's Sword divine range and disappeared into the depths of the universe. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji came to the mortal plane. On the deserted island, Xian Xianghua was sitting cross-legged cultivating quietly. There was no mortal sovereign around. It looked very lonely and depressing. The floating mortal qi seemed to be shrouded in mist. Suddenly, Xian Xianghua opened her eyes. Her exterminating divine eyes suppressed the surrounding space. Zhou Xuanji could sense her powerful spatial power. Unfortunately, he had the exterminating saint physique and was not suppressed by the space. Xian Xianghua looked back and was pleasantly surprised when she saw Zhou Xuanji. She quickly got up and asked, "Why are you here?" At the same time, she was shocked in her heart. How strong is my husband now? During this time, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had already reached the second vast heavens, but she still felt small in front of Zhou Xuanji. Her exterminating divine eyes were connected to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes. After Zhou Xuanji returned, her cultivation had been improving, and with the help of Mortal Sovereign, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She even comprehended suppressing the universe on her own. Back then, Zhou Xuanji taught her the technique, but she couldn't grasp the gist of it. Now she had completely mastered it. "I came to see you. Your cultivation is really good. You didn't embarrass me," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Hearing this, Xian Xianghua raised her chin. She smiled proudly and said, "Of course. But it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, how could I improve so quickly?" She looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Where is Mortal Sovereign? Why isn't she here?" Xian Xianghua replied, "She left for a long time. I don't know why. No one can break in here except for you. So she left with peace of mind. She tried to break through the space here, but it didn't work. The power of the mortal qi almost backfired on her." Zhou Xuanji thought about it. He was very curious about what Shen Tang was busy with. Could it be related to Dark Sovereign? "You came at the right time. I was just about to look for you." A cold voice suddenly came into their ears. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua turned around and saw Mortal Sovereign appearing in the air, looking down at them. Mortal Sovereign, as usual, was shrouded in mortal qi. He looked mysterious and sharp. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What's the matter?" Mortal Sovereign replied, "It's related to Origin Court War God. I hope you can kill him personally and seize his War God's power." War God's power is a kind of supreme rule power. This is also the reason why Origin Court War God is invincible. When Zhou Xuanji heard this, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he started thinking. He already knew that Origin Court War God was Dark Sovereign's son. But Origin Court War God had also helped him. He didn't want to kill him just like that. However, War God's power made him very curious. Chapter 813. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was silent, mortal sovereign thought that Zhou Xuanji was thinking about old times. So he continued to persuade. Origin Court War God's goal is the entire Kunlun Origin Court. If you don't stop him, the Kunlun Origin Court will be destroyed, and you and the people you care about will not survive. This guy is very shrewd. Originally, the sovereign wanted to train him to be the next sovereign, but he schemed against the sovereign because of this. He can resist the temptation of the sovereign, but I can't guess his real purpose. Maybe he also has evil intentions towards the dark sovereign. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He couldn't help but guess Origin Court War God's real intention. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, if someone as strong as the sovereign can't figure out the origin of Origin Court War God, what kind of sovereign is he? In her opinion, the sovereign was invincible, omnipotent, and omniscient. The sovereign of this generation really made her speechless. He was killed by his subordinates without anyone knowing. How could he still be considered a sovereign? When she was the sect lord of Tanhua sect, she couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. Whoever made her unhappy, she would directly destroy them. As long as they were suspected, she would make them disappear in front of her eyes. It was this kind of domineering attitude that allowed Tanhua sect to dominate an era. After so many years, she had changed a lot, but the domineering attitude in her bones was still there. Mortal sovereign coldly said, he is indeed useless. Looking at history, his achievements and strength are nothing. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, when will we set off? Mortal sovereign said, now you and your wife can go together. Let her broaden her horizons. Hearing this, Xian Xianghua immediately became excited. She also wanted to see the battle of the top experts of the Kunlun Origin Court. Mortal sovereign waved his hand, sweeping Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua away with the mortal qi. While traveling, Zhou Xuanji asked about the specific situation. Origin Court War God is hiding between reality and illusion. The Wheel Summit has trapped him. He is waiting for the Dark Sovereign to come and rescue him. I need you to kill him before the Dark Sovereign arrives and deprive him of the War God's power. Mortal Sovereign replied, looking straight ahead. Autarch Crimson Dust replied, staring straight ahead. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, Origin Court War God was trapped by you so easily. It seems that this tribulation isn't unbreakable. The darkness supreme tribulation had already spread like wildfire in the Kunlun Origin Court, scaring all the divine ranges into trembling with fear, not daring to fight again. Although Origin Court War God and Dark Supreme are related, without Origin Court War God, Dark Supreme will still come back. His seal is about to break. Once the rules can't stop him, the catastrophe will not change. Now, I just want your husband to become as strong as possible. Supreme Crimson Dust's tone was no longer cold, but rather somewhat teasing, especially when he used the word husband. Xian Xianghua fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was embarrassed. Why did he hear a trace of bitterness in Mortal Sovereign's tone? However, Supremacy Crimson Dust had nurtured him in such a way that he found it hard to accept. After all, the matter of Shen Nianxing had always made him feel that he owed Shen Tang. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. In the darkness, Origin Court War God was entangled by chains formed by gray gas. His head and hands drooped, and there were many cracks on his golden armor. Luan Feng was meditating in front of him, less than 1,000 feet away. The two of them faced each other with their eyes closed, causing the dark universe to seem extremely quiet. At this moment, a red spatial crack appeared beside Luan Feng. Supreme Crimson Dust walked out with Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji's eyes locked onto Origin Court War God first. At this moment, Origin Court War God looked so embarrassed and lonely. Zhou Xuanji could feel that his aura was a little off. Compared to his previous upright and mighty aura, there was a trace of evil. Luan Feng opened his eyes, glanced at Zhou Xuanji, and said with a smile, "Little brother, we meet again." He didn't have any aversion to seeing Zhou Xuanji and Supreme Crimson Dust walking together. On the contrary, he appreciated Zhou Xuanji even more. This showed that Zhou Xuanji's talent was indeed unparalleled. Even someone as strong as Supreme Crimson Dust was willing to nurture him personally. If the destiny manifestation technique was passed on to such a genius, it would definitely be carried forward and spread far and wide. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fists and sighed. Senior is really powerful. You can easily suppress Origin Court War God. Hearing his voice, Origin Court War God looked up at him with a complicated look in his eyes. Luan Feng snorted and said, "This guy is nothing. His heart has changed, and is repelled by the War God's power. His strength is only at the level of Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 Enlightened." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but look at Origin Court War God. Can the War God's power have such a strong boost? As far as he knew, Origin Court War God could definitely sweep away Origin Fusion Divine Lords and sprint toward a higher realm. Origin Court War God was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Both of them looked very calm. Zhou Xuanji slowly said, "I won't say much. Our positions are different. Are you ready?" Origin Court War God weakly said, "The War God's power is not something you can obtain. You'd better not have it. It is a powerful force and also an irreversible restraint." Zhou Xuanji heard this but didn't take it to heart. As long as you are strong enough, you can control any power. Nothing is irreversible. What's more, he still had the inverse chaos divine ability to reverse everything. Supreme Crimson Dust flew up to Origin Court War God and pulled with his hand. Origin Court War God let out a hoarse roar as a golden light was pulled out of his body. His entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. His skin shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Catch!" Supreme Crimson Dust shouted as the golden light flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand, preparing to catch the War God's power. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Zhou Fa. His eyes were pitch black, and his body was wrapped in a layer of black light. His hair was messy, dancing wildly in the wind. He looked like a devil. He directly embraced the War God's power, as his whole body burst out with a brilliant golden light. "Courting death," Supreme Crimson Dust said coldly as he raised his palm and punched. Boom! The palm wind struck, and Zhou Fa's body instantly disappeared like a flickering lamp. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. How did this guy appear here? I didn't notice it. Neither did Supreme Crimson Dust and the Wheel Peak. Did Zhou Fa become stronger again? Ha ha ha. Supreme Crimson Dust. You want to torture me slowly until I collapse. Today, I ruined your plan and took away the War God's power. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? Zhou Fa laughed wildly. Obviously, he was venting his hatred. The golden light shrank and turned into a figure of light. He didn't get killed by Supreme Crimson Dust's palm. Will Peak frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he mumbled, "Black desire divine eyes, and a mysterious force. What is its origin?" Supreme Crimson Dust didn't attack again, but looked at Zhou Fa quietly. Xian Xianghua flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked telepathically, "Why aren't they attacking?" She was very angry when she saw Zhou Fa. This guy not only coveted her son, but also stole Zhou Xuanji's opportunity. How hateful! Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's probably a trap." He knew Zhou Fa's strength very well. Even if Zhou Fa really had a trump card, he wouldn't be stronger than Supreme Crimson Dust and Will Peak. Chapter 814. Zhou Xuanji waited for Zhou Fa to absorb the War God's power. Red Dust Sovereign and Luan Dian did the same. None of them spoke. Origin Court War God looked up and saw Zhou Fa, who had turned into a figure of light. His old face showed a mocking expression. Zhou Fa didn't clamor anymore. He was trying his best to suppress the battle god's might in his body. It was obvious that the battle god's might was very difficult to absorb. His aura had always been unstable. Xian Xianghua sized up her surroundings, fearing that the Dark Sovereign would suddenly appear. The atmosphere was strange and oppressive. After a long while, Zhou Fa's body suddenly twisted violently, as if he was about to explode at any moment. The power of the War God requires absolute righteousness and a fearless will. You don't have it, so you don't deserve to be the War God. Autarch Crimson Dust said coldly. She did not make a move, obviously waiting for Zhou Fa to kill himself. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and said, "I will definitely be able to absorb it. If the Origin Court War God can, why can't I?" The Origin Court War God had the evil intention of destroying the Kunlun Origin Court, but he could obtain the power of the War God. Why couldn't he? Supreme Crimson Dust didn't reply, but Luan Dian revealed a disdainful smile. How naive! As time continued to pass, Zhou Fei's aura became more and more violent, as if it would explode at any moment. Zhou Xuanji observed Zhou Fei attentively. More accurately, he observed the power of the War God. Now Zhou Fei was on the verge of collapse, as if he could explode and die at any time. The golden light on his body flickered incessantly, changing between bright and dark. Luan Dian laughed. This brat probably won't make it, should we send him on his way? Although Zhou Fei looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji, he was filled with contempt towards Zhou Fei. In his eyes, this guy was just an imitation of Zhou Xuanji, a third-rate cultivator. Sovereign Hong Chen nodded, and Luan Dian immediately acted, drawing out the war god's power from Zhou Fei's body. The golden light left his body, and Zhou Fei, who was covered in blood, was revealed. His aura instantly dropped, and he became extremely weak. The golden ball of light formed by the war god's power rushed into Zhou Xuanji's body. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji was enveloped by a golden radiance, and his aura grew tremendously. At this moment, he was in the same situation as Zhou Fei, turning into a man of light. The intense light forced Xian Xianghua to retreat and pull away from Zhou Xuanji. Luan Dian smiled in satisfaction. This is the difference. Look at him. His condition is so stable. He is naturally suited for the war god's power. Origin Court War God had a complicated look on his face. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Autarch Crimson Dust didn't say a word. Red dust energy swirled around her body, preventing her from revealing her true appearance, making it impossible for anyone to guess her expression. Zhou Fei was on the verge of death. When he raised his head to look, his face was filled with jealousy and madness. He lost to Zhou Xuanji again. This time, it was a fight for the opportunity. Don't even think about it. You can go die now. Luan Dian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Zhou Fei into a spatial crack, making him disappear from everyone's sight. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, "Where did he go? Will he survive?" She was not pleading for Zhou Fei. Instead, she hoped that Zhou Fei would die. Luan Dian proudly laughed. He will die without a doubt. Then he waved his right hand and sucked the Origin Court War God over. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji was suppressing the war god's power in his body. The invading saint physique displayed its unique power, allowing the war god's power to integrate into all his muscles and bones without any hindrance. Finally, it poured into his soul. It was even easier than expected. There was almost no pain. Although the war god's power is powerful, it's not beyond my expectations, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. At this rate, he would soon be able to completely absorb the war god's power. Autarch Crimson Dust nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "This should be in the bag. Next, we just need to be careful of the invasion of the Darkness Sovereign's power." Luan Dian nodded and sighed. Why do I feel that the war god's power is nothing to him? This kid's physique is not simple. He had seen many people inherit the war god's power, but Zhou Xuanji was the calmest. Yes, his physique is probably the invading saint physique. You should have heard of it, Autarch Crimson Dust said softly. Sovereign Hong Chen said softly, causing Luan Dian to widen his eyes, his face filled with astonishment. Soon after, his expression became subtle. Xian Xianghua noticed the change in his expression and was curious. What is the origin of the invading saint physique? How could it move such a powerful cultivator? At the same time, she sighed in her heart. How many trump cards does Zhou Xuanji have? As his wife, she couldn't know everything about him. Luan Dian sighed again. This kid will be incredible in the future. I'm afraid he will become an existence that surpasses the Darkness Sovereign. This was definitely a high evaluation. Origin Court War God's expression changed when he heard this. Xian Xianghua, on the other hand, was delighted. She decided to find an opportunity to ask Zhou Xuanji what was so powerful about his invading saint physique, and how he cultivated it. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Zhou Xuanji completely absorbed the war god's power, and his aura skyrocketed. He began to break through. Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ming. Even if there was no spiritual chi or Tao energy nearby, he could still break through by relying on the war god's power. Origin Court War God couldn't believe his transformation speed. How can it be? Origin Court War God cried out involuntarily. A look of horror appeared on his old and shriveled face. He had inherited the war god's power, and knew how terrifying it was. He couldn't understand how Zhou Xuanji did it. Zhou Xuanji was focused on breaking through. How could he know what was happening outside? The war god's power had completely integrated into Zhou Xuanji's muscles and bones, merging with the Origin Fusion divine power. The golden light on his body dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. His whole body was surrounded by a divine brilliance, as though he was possessed by the war god. The heavenly tribulation had yet to arrive, but it led straight to Ming. All of this seemed easy for Zhou Xuanji. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging Origin Fusion divine power in his body. His expression was calm. Not bad. He looked at mortal sovereign and said, "This power didn't make me feel any great transformation." Origin Court War God almost fainted from anger when he heard this. Luan Dian sighed. "It's not that the war god's power isn't enough. It's that your invading saint physique is too overbearing. It directly suppressed this powerful force that protects the Kunlun Origin Court." Mortal Sovereign nodded and said, "You will understand the true effect of the war god's power later. At least let this power settle down first, lest there be any side issues." Xian Xianghua flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and sized him up. A look of worship appeared on her face. She said enviously, "You have become stronger again. It feels so difficult to catch up with you." This feeling of powerlessness wasn't the first time. She was almost used to it. Zhou Xuanji smiled at her. His eyes flickered with purple light as he said, "Our eyes are connected. I will take you to become stronger." Then he looked at Origin Court War God and asked, "Do you want to live?" He had an old friendship with Origin Court War God. He couldn't bear to kill Origin Court War God directly. Origin Court War God sighed and said, "It's best to kill me. If you don't kill me, they won't let me go." Chapter 8:15. "That's right, he must disappear," Luan Dian said domineeringly. His attitude was firm. He didn't want Origin Court War God to have a chance to live. Crimson Dust Supremacy nodded. In their eyes, Origin Court War God was also a great threat. This guy might have the idea of rebelling against dark supremacy. Zhou Xuanji was silent. He could only turn around and fly toward Xian Xianghua. "I'll leave the rest to you. You must eliminate any future troubles. You can't kill him directly." Then, he waved his hand and left with Zhou Xuanji and his wife. Luan Dian curled his lips and said, "You really know how to give instructions. If you're worried, you can do it yourself." After saying that, he tore the space apart with Origin Court War God and disappeared without a trace. In the space-time turbulence, a mass of red dust chi shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Xuanji, Xian Xianghua, and Mortal Sovereign were among them. They were talking about the war god's power. According to Supremacy Crimson Dust, the strongest aspect of the war god's power wasn't strength, but rather a kind of will. This kind of will would allow him to grow stronger and stronger in battle. He would never give up no matter how many setbacks he faced. Zhou Xuanji felt that something was not right. Could this ability be a type of restriction? Never giving up was not an absolute quality of character. What if he has no choice but to surrender? Wouldn't the force of the divine god of battle be harming him? Xian Xianghua asked. She was thinking the same thing as Zhou Xuanji. Supremacy Crimson Dust replied, "That's right. Everything has its pros and cons. As long as he's strong enough, he won't lower his head." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt speechless. As long as he was strong enough, why would he need war god's power? Xian Xianghua's expression was the same as Zhou Xuanji's. She also felt that Zhou Xuanji had been conned. But now that things had come to this, they could only accept it. Will it be peaceful for a while? Asked Xian Xianghua. With the death of Origin Court War God, Dark Supremacy had lost an arm in the Kunlun Origin Court. Presumably, It would take some time for dark supremacy to make a comeback. Autark Crimson Dust nodded and said, "You can put it that way. You don't need to do anything after this. Just focus on cultivating." The reason why she called him Zhou Xuanji was because she wanted to pass down the power of the war god. Otherwise, once the Origin Court war god died, the power of the war god would wander around the Kunlun Origin Court, which would become a variable. Zhou Xuanji also wanted to spend some time to study the war god's power. The three of them quickly left the space-time turbulence. In the endless darkness, Zhou Fei's soul was wrapped in a pale white light. His soul was faintly discernible and could explode at any moment. He was currently enduring unimaginable pain. If it were anyone else, their soul would have long since turned to ash. "I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Top of the wheel. Mortal Supreme. Origin Court War God. I want all of you dead. I want all of you dead." He spoke weakly, his voice hoarse, and without any imposing manner. His soul was shrinking and could disappear at any moment. Right at this moment, a beam of light descended and instantly enveloped Zhou Fei's soul. "Humph! You're really useless." A cold snort resounded through the endless darkness. Zhou Fei trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. The pillar of light shrank and disappeared, and Zhou Fei disappeared as well. The word lightning appeared where he had been standing. Punishment. After returning to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji began his closed-door cultivation. As for Xian Xianghua, she followed Mortal Sovereign back to cultivate. The news of the Origin Court war god's death didn't spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji didn't tell anyone about it either. He left quickly and returned quickly as well. Hence, no one in the Emperor's Sword Divine Range noticed his return. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji had completely mastered the war god's power. The will of the war god's power was like some kind of rule, affecting his thinking invisibly. Compared to the past, his thinking became less and less narrow. He always felt that he could solve everything with his own divine power. No matter the enemy, he could kill them with a single punch. No wonder the Origin Court war god was so domineering. With the divine spear, he was invincible and became the Kunlun Origin Court's law enforcement war god, above all the divine ranges. Suddenly one day, a divine range master came to visit. Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya Old Man to meet him. When the divine range master saw Daoya Old Man's cultivation, he looked a little embarrassed. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was putting on airs. Fortunately, Jiang Shui introduced Daoya Old Man to him. This incident made the range master understand Zhou Xuanji's past. He was in awe of Zhou Xuanji. Not only that, but this matter also spread in the Kunlun Origin Court and became a legend. More and more divine range masters came to visit Zhou Xuanji, wanting to establish a friendly relationship with him. The Emperor's Sword Divine Range didn't reject anyone. Their reputation began to increase. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji didn't appear in person. His attitude was criticized at first, but later on, everyone got used to it. Invisibly, Zhou Xuanji's status was rising. His image became more mysterious. The disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range also left the range to train. These disciples had already reached the Saint Realm. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Zhou Xiaoxian and Zhou Tanhua were sparring. Two powerful divine eyes were displaying their divine abilities. After so many years, Zhou Xiaoxuan's Kongtong divine eyes had already been developed. It could see through reality and absorb everything. Zhou Tanhua's exterminating divine eyes were also very strong. They were no less inferior to his sister. Zhou Xuanji stood on the trunk of a big tree, quietly watching the battle. This kid's talent is really amazing. Zhou Xuanji sighed with emotion. Zhou Tanhua had been in the pure sword heaven before. But now, he had been staying in the Emperor's Sword Divine Range for a long time. He didn't have the opportunity to obtain opportunities. But it was under such circumstances that his cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. At present, he was already breaking through to the Dao Ancestor Realm. He was a legend in the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, just like Zhou Xuanji in the past. Zhou Xiaoxuan's talent was also very strong. Unfortunately, Zhou Tanhua had overshadowed her. Tanhua, How did you become stronger again? Zhou Shaoxian said indignantly. She looked unwilling. Zhou Tanhua was calm and elegant. He chuckled and said, Sister, you are also very good. This sentence stimulated Zhou Shaoxian even more. She mobilized her Dao energy and frantically cast her divine abilities. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and burst into laughter. He could see at a glance that Zhou Tanhua was letting Zhou Shaoxian win. But Zhou Shaoxian took it seriously. Ever since Zhou Tanhua revealed his talent, Zhou Shaoxian had been targeting her younger brother. Fortunately, this kind of competition was benign. There was no jealousy to speak of. When Zhou Tanhua disappeared, Zhou Shaoxian also cried anxiously. After all, she had watched Zhou Tanhua grow up. Zhou Xuanji was naturally gratified to have such a pair of talented children. He wondered if he should help his children find some opportunities. Just by cultivating like this, it would be very unsafe when they faced life and death situations in the future. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji disappeared from the tree trunk. At the same time, in the void boundary, black shadows were moving forward, stirring up billowing black mist. It was as if a group of demon gods had arrived. Their baleful aura was terrifying. As far as the eye could see, it was impossible to count how many black shadows there were. The black shadow in the lead was 1,000 feet tall with 4 green eyes. He roared in a low voice, "Devour the origin court without delay." Chapter 8:16. Countless black shadows advanced like an army of death, shaking the void boundary. The 4-eyed giant figure in the lead grew taller step by step. Waves of black mist escaped from his body and filled the surroundings. The outline of a divine range appeared in front of him, like a miniature of another world. "Devour the origin court, no time to waste," he shouted again. This time, the hundreds of divine ranges nearby could hear him. "Devour the origin court." Immediately, many powerful divine senses swept over, locking onto the Black Shadow army. "What's that? What a terrifying aura! Enemy attack! Get ready to fight," and inform the other divine ranges to fight together. Such a lineup, which forces it. Their strength is definitely at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord level. So powerful, I can't see through them at all. All the divine ranges were discussing this matter in shock. Very soon, they sent a large number of experts to stop them. A great battle broke out. Far away on the other side of the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly and mumbled, "What's going on? Such a familiar aura." He immediately used the exterminating divine eyes, extending his gaze to the other side of the Kunlun Origin Court. He saw the battle at a glance. Countless living beings were in a chaotic battle with the Shadow Legion, and the sounds of battle and shrill cries rose and fell, causing this area to fall into a ghastly and terrifying atmosphere. Who are these guys? Why is there an aura of space-time turbulence? Zhou Xuanji frowned, looking confused. Could they be the minions of the Dark Sovereign? If he could arrange for Origin Court War God, he could naturally arrange for other subordinates to hide in the Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't take action, but continued to watch the battle. Those black shadows were very powerful. They had mastered all kinds of mysterious divine abilities. In a one-on-one situation, they were almost stronger than the Kunlun Origin Court. The battle was almost one-sided. If they continued to fight, the Black Shadow Army would definitely enter the Kunlun Origin Court. The most important thing was that there was still a steady stream of black shadows coming out of the void boundary. Among them, there was no lack of aura that shocked Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, he wasn't the only one watching the battle. Many powerhouses and range masters in the Kunlun Origin Court were watching from afar. The strength shown by the Black Shadow Army was enough to make many divine ranges tremble. Therefore, there was no support from other experts for the time being. Many powerhouses were worried. Could this be the arrangement of the Dark Sovereign? This speculation made them even more afraid to act rashly. After about half a cup of tea's time, all the living beings that went to fight were killed. The Black Shadow Army began to wreak havoc in the nearby divine ranges. Then came the tragedy of the Origin Court. This Black Shadow Army was unbridled and had no intention of stopping. Not long after, some of the great divine ranges started to take action. Countless experts flew out from all directions and surrounded the Black Shadow core. The battle erupted again, and Zhou Xuanji continued to observe. He always felt that the origin of the Black Shadow Legion was unclear. If it was related to the chaotic tides of space and time, it might be a threat to him. He had experienced too many conspiracies, so he had to be careful. Fortunately, the Kunlun origin court wasn't weak. When the great divine ranges attacked, the Black Shadow army stopped. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji no longer paid attention to it and focused on cultivating. Even if the sky collapsed, there were other divine ranges to hold it up. In less than half a year, the news of the Black Shadow Legion had spread throughout the Kunlun origin court. They weren't defeated. Instead, they continued to wreak havoc in the Kunlun origin court. No divine range could stop them. They could only slow down their attacks. In just half a year, they had slaughtered countless living beings. They didn't stop. It was as if they were demons who only knew how to kill. They didn't even need to rest and recuperate. The Emperor Sword divine range also learned about this. Most disciples were discussing this matter. Coupled with the darkness sovereign tribulation, the atmosphere in the Emperor Sword divine range was a little solemn. The Emperor Sword divine range was like this. Naturally, the other divine ranges were even more terrified. On this day, Daoya Old Man, Chang Xian, Zhou Shaoxian, Zhou Tanhua, and the others gathered outside his palace, asking to see him. Zhou Xuanji let them into the palace and asked what was going on. Father, the Kunlun origin court has been swept by a mysterious demon army recently. What should we do? Zhou Shaoxian asked excitedly. Obviously, she hoped that the Emperor Sword divine range would take action to wipe out the demons and restore their reputation. Zhou Xuanji replied in a bad mood. Which one of you has the ability to stop them? Everyone wasn't embarrassed. On the contrary, they looked eager. Zhou Xuanji was already a rare expert in the Kunlun origin court. They naturally had to rely on Zhou Xuanji's strength. Father, the Emperor Sword divine range has just been established. We can't always rely on our former disciples. We also have to recruit creatures from the Kunlun origin court as disciples. If we win this battle beautifully, it will definitely boost the prestige of the Emperor Sword divine range. Zhou Tanhua followed up. Zhou Tanhua followed, his eyes full of longing. He really wanted to go out and make a name for himself. Up until now, he hadn't really created his own brilliance. As a man, there was always a flame burning in his heart. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but ponder. He thought about his past and how many powerful enemies he had defeated that seemed invincible. Maybe it was time for him to learn to let go. Well, get ready to fight. I will personally lead you there. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose, smiling in high spirits. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately became excited. This was the kind of Zhou Xuanji they liked. The domineering sword emperor, who was never afraid. Go and get ready first. We will set off in an hour. Zhou Xuanji instructed, and everyone immediately turned around and left. The palace gate closed. Zhou Xuanji was the only one left in the palace. It was quiet again. Just as he was about to close his eyes to cultivate, he suddenly frowned. Come out! He shouted in a deep voice as he glanced at a corner of the palace. A black shadow loomed in the darkness. As soon as he spoke, the black shadow stepped out. It was Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa's current state was obviously different from before. Zhou Fa's whole body was wrapped in black qi, and his face was covered with many fine lines. If one looked closely, they would find that these fine lines were composed of black punishment characters. It was very horrifying. His eyes were pitch black, and no one could see through what he was thinking. Seeing Zhou Fa like this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but squint his eyes and say, You are not dead yet? Zhou Fa walked to the center of the palace and turned to look at him. He then said leisurely, I am an immortal existence. They did kill me, but I came back to life. This time, I came to you to formally declare war. I have never harmed you. I even wanted to help you. But you didn't help me get rid of the hidden illness left by Mortal Sovereign. When Mortal Sovereign and Luan Pinnacle wanted to kill me, you didn't stop them. From today onwards, you and I are no longer friends. The appearance of the Black Time Soul Army is just the beginning. Before Dark Sovereign descends, I will slaughter the Kunlun Origin Court and become the supreme ruler. Zhou Fa stared at Zhou Xuanji and said word by word. His pitch-black eyes looked so cold and emotionless. Zhou Xuanji found it funny and asked, "When have you and I ever been friends?" Chapter 817. Black Hour Soul Army. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was even more certain that this army was related to the space-time chaos tide. Zhou Fa stared at him and said, "There is indeed a debt of gratitude. It's just that you don't remember it. But that's not important anymore." After saying that, Zhou Fa slowly retreated, his face gradually becoming distorted. Looking at his hateful expression, Zhou Xuanji felt a little helpless. As for Zhou Fa, he had never been able to figure it out. Where did this guy come from? What was his goal? What did it have to do with him? Since we're going to be mortal enemies, why don't you clear up my doubts and clarify our relationship? At that time, even if I lose, let me die in peace. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said faintly. He was not afraid of becoming enemies with Zhou Fa, but he had doubts in his heart and was very unhappy. Zhou Fa said calmly, "Even if I tell you, you won't forget me. Back then in the northern wilderness region, you helped me. To you, I'm just a passerby. Zhou Xuanji, I want to fight you fair and square. Let's see if your Emperor Sword Divine range is more powerful, or if my Black Sword Court is more powerful." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Fa disappeared. Northern wilderness region? He had saved countless people, so how could he remember who they were? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Although he did not know how Zhou Fa came back to life, it was not important. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji left with tens of thousands of Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian followed behind him, their faces full of excitement. "Tanhua, are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Shouldn't we look forward to it?" "TSK, you really know how to act. Don't pee your pants when the time comes. Sister, don't talk nonsense. What if it's you? Girls are so shy." Hearing the siblings bicker, Zhou Xuanji almost laughed out loud. Hopefully, they could maintain their relationship and not turn against each other. Nothing happened along the way. Under Zhou Xuanji's majestic divine power, they quickly arrived at the battlefield. The Black Hour Soul Army was besieged by the armies of more than 10 divine ranges, but they were not at a disadvantage. Instead, they were getting stronger. Zhou Xuanji, who was wearing a white robe, shouted, "Kill!" Tens of thousands of Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples immediately rushed to the battlefield, all of them extremely excited. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he sized up the gigantic black shadow with 4 green eyes. The 30,000-meter-tall figure was incredibly eye-catching, and Zhou Xuanji could not help but look at him. What realm is this guy at? He doesn't seem much weaker than Beast Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. When he looked at the gigantic shadow, it was also looking at him. Who is this person? Why does his constitution make me feel uneasy? The huge black shadow thought in astonishment. It was not that the Black Hour Soul Army did not have any intelligence. They just obeyed his orders. His title was Dark Time Divine King, and he led the entire Dark Time Soul Army. This time, he swore to devour the Kunlun Origin Court. So even though he could not see through Zhou Xuanji, he was not afraid. "Humph! I'll kill you first." Divine King Black Time's 4 green eyes flashed with a strange light, and the Black Time Soul Army immediately turned and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji, and he directly cast Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep, causing all of the legendary swords to wrap around his body and give off a brilliant silver light. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was definitely the peerless sword emperor of the Kunlun Origin Court. His terrifying aura was like a tornado, instantly attracting countless gazes. Who is that? It's him, Zhou Xuanji. Such a powerful aura. He's really an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Not just an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Even my teacher can't compare to him. It's the first time I felt such an aura. That's right. We are saved now. Ever since Zhou Xuanji was born, has he ever been defeated? Zhou Xuanji's appearance immediately made everyone excited, especially those with insufficient Dao energy. They were overjoyed. Divine King Black Time came aggressively. He led his army toward Zhou Xuanji. His momentum was so great that many people were scared out of their wits. Even the Emperor Sword Divine Range's disciples were frightened. Facing the countless Black Time Soul army, how could they not be afraid? Although they were afraid, they did not dodge. Just when they were about to fight, the entire space-time froze, immobilizing them. The Black Time Soul army froze as well. All of them maintained their hideous and horrifying postures. Divine King Black Time could still move, but his speed was greatly reduced. Zhou Xuanji walked forward. Thousands of legendary swords circled around him at high speed, giving off a sharp sound that pierced through space-time. Everything froze. Only Zhou Xuanji and Divine King Black Time were still walking toward each other. Their eyes met. Murderous intent burst forth. The Soul Source Orb shot out from Zhou Xuanji's glabella. At the same time, he cast the exterminating Divine Light. Two beams of purple light shot out. Just as they were about to envelop Divine King Black Time, Divine King Black Time disappeared into thin air and appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head in a single step. He raised his right hand as black chi condensed into a sharp blade and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. This blade contained the rules of space-time, shaking the domineering power of the suppression universe. Swish, swish, swish. All the legendary swords suddenly turned around and charged upward. They were like a school of carps crossing the river, or a rain of arrows. Divine King Black Time slashed down with his blade, deflecting the legendary swords one after another. Although he didn't completely block his blade, the speed of the blade's descent was drastically reduced. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyes as silver light burst out from his body, sweeping in all directions. Delusion Sword Sea, transforming thoughts into sea. The vast silver sea contained countless silver swords, covering the entire Kunlun universe. The scene was extremely spectacular. Those who were frozen in the suppression universe opened their eyes wide, including Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. Such a domineering divine ability. Is this father's divine ability? Zhou Tanhua was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with admiration. Zhou Shaoxian was the same. They had always admired Zhou Xuanji. But Zhou Xuanji hadn't shown his true strength in front of them for a long time. This time they were shocked. His own son was already like this, let alone other creatures. Zhou Xuanji had subverted his image in the hearts of everyone with the Delusion Sword Sea. He didn't notice any of this. Instead, he was staring at Divine King Black Time. Suddenly the Delusion Sword Sea contracted. With a flash of silver light, it gathered with Divine King Black Time as the center. This is... Divine King Black Time was shocked. The exterminating Divine Light had already given him a fright. And now, the Delusion Sword Sea made him feel the aura of death. He instinctively mobilized his space-time divine energy to resist. Boom! Divine King Black Time disappeared along with the Delusion Sword Sea. Endless divine energy poured into Zhou Xuanji's body, making him narrow his eyes. So cool! This guy has so much origin fusion divine energy. And it even contains the rules of space-time. What a huge experience bag. But this guy is definitely not dead. Zhou Xuanji glanced over. Wherever he looked, all the black shadows exploded and turned into ashes. The strengthening power of the suppression universe. Compressing space-time. With a single thought, he crushed the Black Time Soul army. You're courting death. A furious voice came. Divine King Black Time appeared behind Zhou Xuanji out of thin air. His 10,000-meter-tall body was so majestic that Zhou Xuanji looked tiny before one of his green eyes. Yu Xingchang Broken Sword and Previous Life Dream Realization sword appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hands. With a contemptuous smile, he turned around and slashed with his sword. Chapter 8:18. The two swords turned into two rays of silver light and slashed out horizontally. Zhou Xuanji's expression was grave and stern, and the sword light burst forth. Divine King Heisher's 4 green eyes were blinded by the light, and he instinctively closed them. But at that moment, a black pillar of light descended like a meteor shower and drowned Zhou Xuanji. Inside, Zhou Xuanji sensed an extremely powerful corrosive power. Fortunately, his origin fusion divine power had absorbed the power of the war god, so he could resist this corrosive power. It really is the same as the chaotic tides of space and time. Where did this guy come from? Could it be that the passageway between the two worlds has already been opened? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought of a ridiculous possibility. The anti-Kunlun wanted to annex the Kunlun origin court. If that was the case, then only the Kunlun origin court would be left. He couldn't help but think of the master of anti-Kunlun, which was his reverse body. Although that supreme martial artist looked exactly like him, he couldn't see through him at all. Little Sovereign once said that this supreme master was extraordinary, and he was probably one of the top 10 existences since ancient times. Compared to him, Zhou Fa was like a child. His methods were immature, his strength was insufficient, and he loved to spout nonsense. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, as he charged out of the black pillar of light. The suppression of the universe had been broken, and all the living beings in the universe had regained their mobility. They surrounded godly King Black Hour, not daring to move. You bunch of trash. Only worthy to be devoured by this king. God King Black Time bellowed angrily as he raised both his hands. Two black pillars of light descended from above and landed in his palms. It was as if he had two heavenly constitutions in his hands, and his divine might was vast and mighty. A berserk might wreaked havoc in the Kunlun cosmos, suppressing all life. Everyone's breathing quickened as they widened their eyes. Is this his true strength? Why hasn't Zhou Xuanji appeared yet? Can we beat him? This guy feels more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat him. Since those super divine ranges aren't coming, let's not fight to the death anymore. The living beings discussed among themselves, and most of them wanted to form groups and escape from this battlefield. The Black Hour Soul Army slaughtering its way into the Kunlun origin court had already attracted the attention of various powerful divine ranges. Even in this battle, it was unknown how many almighties were secretly watching. Being a coward would definitely be ridiculed. Zhou Xuanji stepped out from the black pillar of light and looked at Divine King He Shi. He laughed and said, "You really know how to talk big. You keep saying that you want to devour the origin court. How long have you been in the Kunlun origin court? By the time you finish swallowing the origin court, the world will have changed? Billions of years?" Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and turned to look at him. God King He Shi was enraged. This fellow actually dared to mock him. Damn it! Damn it! He immediately made his move. Countless black shadows rushed out from the black light in his palm. They danced chaotically and roared incessantly. Kill! All the living beings from the divine ranges who were participating in the battle shouted and cast their divine abilities. Zhou Xuanji did not attack, but looked at the two black beams of light in Divine King Darktime's hands. These black shadows were all created at the last minute. Each of them was powerful, which Zhou Xuanji could not understand. The space-time turbulence had such an ability? The two armies engaged in a chaotic battle once again. Zhou Xuanji did not stop them, because he wanted to give the Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples a chance to train. As for Divine King He Shi, Zhou Xuanji had already figured out his strength. It was nothing. At least, he could not overthrow the Kunlun origin court. No wonder those super divine ranges were unmoved. To them, the Black Time Soul Army was just a smokescreen for the Dark Sovereign. Divine King He Shi walked toward Zhou Xuanji with the two black beams in his hands. He crossed the battlefield, and no one dared to stop him. Seeing that he was about to reach him, Zhou Xuanji fused the Yuansheng Broken Sword and the previous life dream realization sword into Life Slasher. Just when he was about to charge over, a strange energy appeared and enveloped his body. He glanced over and saw a black hole beside him. A pair of eyes could be vaguely seen in the black hole. Black Desire Divine Eyes. Zhou Fa. This brat attacks so quickly? A cold glint flashed in Zhou Xuanji's eyes as he slashed with his sword. Great Awareness Divine Slash. The sword chi was as long as a rainbow, and slashed through the black hole, as though it was going to cut the universe in half. Zhou Fa brushed past the sword chi, and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his claw. The two clashed quickly, and Zhou Xuanji blocked his claw with his sword. This guy's strength grew so much? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was astonished. Zhou Fa was even more shocked. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had been reborn, but he had just received a great serendipity and was overflowing with confidence. He could not believe that his powerful claw was blocked by Zhou Xuanji's sword casually. How could it be? Boom! The silver sword light exploded and turned into a silver sea that engulfed Zhou Fa. Delusion Sword Sea. Zhou Fa's expression changed. 2 packs of black wolves flew out from his eyes. All of them were howling at the top of their lungs. They were filled with violence and murderous aura. Zhou Xuanji faced them head-on, with an exterminating divine light. 2 streams of violet light clashed with the pack of black wolves and exploded, shaking the universe. Zhou Fa did not panic. He turned into countless duplicates and charged at the Delusion Sword Sea. Just when the two were locked in a fierce battle, everyone in Divine King Heisher also began fighting. Strangely, after Zhou Fa appeared, Divine King Heisher did not walk toward Zhou Xuanji. It seemed that Zhou Fa and Divine King Heisher might have some connection. Zhou Xuanji thought as he fought. No matter how many divine abilities Zhou Fa had, he could not block a single slash from him. Zhou Fa's way of the sword had already reached perfection. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would never forget to practice the sword. So each of his slashes was filled with profundity like all kinds of divine abilities. His Delusion Sword Sea was purposely broken by Zhou Fa. He wanted to see Zhou Fa's full power. At the same time, he wanted to force the existence behind Zhou Fa to show himself. Damn! Zhou Fa was furious. No matter how powerful he became, he still could not gain the upper hand against Zhou Xuanji. This feeling, it made him feel helpless and angry at the same time. Why? Why was he inferior to Zhou Xuanji? Die! He roared furiously. His eyes widened, and the black desire divine eyes turned into 2 black vortexes that absorbed everything in the universe. Zhou Xuanji relied on the exterminating divine light to resist. The silver light clashed with the black vortex, but was not absorbed. Instead, it penetrated the vortex forcefully and enveloped Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa could not move at all. Zhou Xuanji's life slasher landed on his neck. "What are you going to do now?" he asked with a condescending smile. Zhou Fa's furious face suddenly turned into a strange smile. A black silhouette appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. He raised his right hand and grabbed toward Zhou Xuanji. His palm was much bigger than Zhou Xuanji's head. He could easily grab Zhou Xuanji's head with one hand. Zhou Xuanji's body swayed, and he teleported hundreds of meters away. He turned around and looked over with a dark expression. This aura, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He stared at the black silhouette in shock. The Darkness Sovereign. Why did this guy appear here? Shouldn't he still be trying to break the seal? Could Zhou Fa be one of the Darkness Sovereign's chess pieces? Just when Zhou Xuanji was lost in his thoughts, Zhou Fa flew to the side of the black silhouette and said with a sinister smile, "Zhou Xuanji, are you afraid now?" Just when he finished speaking, numerous silhouettes tore open the space and stepped out. Mortal Sovereign, Luan Pinnacle, Nam Matiani, Origin Court's 12 Law Ancestors, and so on. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 819. One by one, the powerful cultivators tore the space apart and stepped out, surrounding Zhou Fa. The twisted smile on Zhou Fa's face suddenly froze. Terrifying killing intent surrounded him from all directions, making him unable to move. He felt like he was in a cold cellar. Damn it, these guys! Zhou Fa was shocked and angry. Before, these powerful cultivators didn't come out. But when Sovereign Darkness gave him the power, they all jumped out again. At this moment, he felt like he was being played. Luan Feng smiled contemptuously and said, "Sure enough, you have something going on with Sovereign Darkness. Silly kid, he is using you. When he completely breaks the seal, you will be the first poor guy to die in his hands." The other powerful cultivators looked cold. Their eyes were all focused on the black shadow behind Zhou Fa. In the distance, all living beings were still fighting with the Black Time Soul Army. When they saw the powerful cultivators appear, they were all pleasantly surprised. What a powerful aura! They seemed to be the range masters of the super divine ranges. That's Nam Tiani of the Tiani divine range, the range master of the sovereign range. Hiss! They are all the range masters of the super divine ranges. Each of them is ridiculously strong. This time we are going to turn the tables. Why didn't they appear earlier? Is it because of that black shadow? Are they using us as bait? Hold on, victory is in sight. The living beings discussed excitedly while fighting, cheering each other on. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were locked on the black shadow behind Zhou Fa. Could it be that the sovereign master Zhou Fa mentioned is sovereign darkness? But that's not right. Zhou Fa and Origin Court War God were not on good terms. When he revealed Origin Court War God's identity to him, his expression and tone didn't seem to be fake. Zhou Xuanji frowned, pondering over the doubts in this. Kill him. Don't talk nonsense anymore. A tall old man said. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and waved it forcefully. The golden beam of light turned into a torrent, sweeping over and reaching Zhou Fa in the blink of an eye. The black shadow behind Zhou Fa suddenly wrapped around him. His aura skyrocketed. With a shake of his shoulder, he blocked the golden torrent, shaking it away. Ha! Nam Tiani's eyes widened as he cried out in surprise. The other powerful cultivators were also shocked. They knew that the black shadow was the power of sovereign darkness. But they didn't expect the black shadow to be able to fuse with Zhou Fa instantly. This power seemed to belong to Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa grinned and said coldly, "Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being cruel." He raised his arms, and a steady stream of black gas flowed out. It was like a thick fog that covered the sky, and it engulfed all the mighty figures at lightning speed. Zhou Xuanji quickly backed away from the black mist. Since the Almighties had already appeared, there was naturally no need for him to make a move. He turned his gaze to the universe battlefield behind him. The disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range were fighting in groups. Their Saint Realm cultivators were no match for a single black shadow. Fortunately, the Kunlun Origin Court had many creatures participating in the battle. Their numbers were far greater than that of the Black Hour Soul Army. Zhou Xuanji turned around and observed the battle quietly, just in case the Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples died. God King Black Hour turned his gaze towards him. His 4 green eyes flashed with a cold light, filled with bone-piercing killing intent. Zhou Xuanji smiled disdainfully and ignored him. He did not want to be the main character in this war. He only wanted to watch the disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range grow. As for the Dark Supremes, he would leave them to the Almighties to deal with. A deafening roar came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji did not need to look back to feel the powerful aura. The Kunlun universe was shaken. Zhou Fa was not at a disadvantage despite being besieged by so many powerful figures. Instead, he grew stronger as the battle went on. The Dark Supremes were extremely powerful. Billowing black gas wrapped around Zhou Fa, making him look like an ancient evil demon. One could only see his silhouette, but not his face. Their battlefield continued to expand. In just a short while, it had already covered millions of miles of space. Sovereign Hung Chen did not make a move. He was observing Zhou Fa. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji walked toward God King Black Hour. God King Black Hour's strength was unique on the battlefield. He was killing every second. For the Emperor Sword Divine Range, he was an undefeatable enemy. Zhou Xuanji planned to kill him and leave the rest of the Black Hour Soul Army for everyone to train. But he was not sure if the Black Hour Soul Army would still exist if the Black Hour Soul Army died. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walking over, God King Black Hour immediately turned into a beam of black light and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. "This time, I will destroy you." God King Black Hour's roar exploded in Zhou Xuanji's ears as he appeared on Zhou Xuanji's left out of nowhere. This time he was only 6 meters tall. Although he was not as big as his original body, he was still huge compared to Zhou Xuanji. 2 black scythes emerged from his back and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji from both sides. Boom! A silver radiance burst forth. A violent sword chi exploded and dispersed the 2 black scythes. Even God King Black Hour was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of this universe. He came to the space between reality and illusion. In the darkness, he immediately caught sight of God King Black Hour. The space between the universe was the chaotic flow of time and space. Void in reality could only be achieved without being bound by rules. The hardest to achieve was the space between reality and illusion. It was hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Just like Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun, the channel between the two worlds was a higher realm, between reality and illusion. Zhou Xuanji had identified that God King Black Hour was related to the chaotic flow of time and space. So, every time God King Black Hour disappeared, he would come to the space between reality and illusion. As expected, God King Black Hour was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's sudden appearance. How did this guy find his way here? Although the exterminating divine eyes were powerful, they could not be this powerful. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and slashed. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Tens of billions of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and surrounded God King Black Hour, leaving him no way to escape. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he used suppressing the universe again. As he walked forward, sword shadows appeared one after another and landed under his feet like a staircase of light, paving the way for him. God King Black Hour was suppressed by suppressing the universe and could hardly move. The sword shadows around him made him shudder. Now that he was in his original body, if he was killed by Zhou Xuanji, he would die for sure. What do you want to say? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. If it were someone else, it would be very difficult to find God King Black Hour. But Zhou Xuanji had the exalted physique and was extremely sensitive to space and time. He could clearly sense God King Black Hour's whereabouts. God King Black Hour asked with a deep voice, "Do you know that there are 2 Kunlun Origin Courts?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and did not reply. God King Black Hour continued to speak. "You think we are the lackeys of the Dark Sovereign? Then you have underestimated the Kunlun Origin Court. The Dark Sovereign is not the only one eyeing the Kunlun Origin Court. Your Kunlun Origin Court is bound to fall. Rather than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, why don't you join us? This king will let you and your divine range survive. How about that?" Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh and said, "I can kill you now. What right do you have to say that you are protecting me?" God King Black Hour was so furious that he almost exploded. "I know the whereabouts of your Dark Sovereign. He left because he felt that he could not protect your Kunlun Origin Court." God King Black Hour continued to speak. His voice sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Chapter 820. Oh, is there any other information? This bit of information can't save your life, Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. He didn't care why the current sovereign disappeared. Some people said that supremacy was killed by Origin Court War God. Now, the Dark Time Deity King said that Jizun retreated because he felt that he was not strong enough. Regardless of the possibility, Zhou Xuanji was not interested. In any case, he was going to be the next supreme martial artist. God King Black Time fell silent, feeling bewildered. Why did it feel like this guy knew everything? If that's the case, why didn't he kill me? God King Black Time racked his brains. He did not wish to die. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes as the Soul Source Orb suddenly protruded from his glabella. The Soul Source Orb immediately radiated a black light and sucked Divine King He Shur into it. Everything happened so quickly that godly monarch Black Time was unable to react in time. From how he saw it, he could not escape, so he concentrated on thinking of ways to persuade Zhou Xuanji. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to act so coldly, falling into the Soul Source bead. No matter how great the Divine King Black Time's abilities were, he could forget about escaping. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and was about to leave. At this moment, suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger coming at him. The speed was extremely fast, and the target was his back. The tens of billions of sword shadows suddenly fell from the sky and formed a sword net behind him. Bang! A ray of black light pierced through the net of swords and was about to hit Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's body shined with a silver radiance, and numerous sword souls appeared around him. Layer by layer, They formed into tall silver walls that blocked the black light once again. This time he finally blocked the black light. When he turned around, the black light dissipated and a figure appeared. Zhou Fa. No. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted, and his expression changed instantly. This person looked exactly like him, but his expression was not as ferocious as Zhou Fa's. His eyes were also very clear. Anti-Kunlun supremacy. Why is this guy here? Was the Black Hour Soul Army really sent by him? The Supreme Being's body was within the black aura, and he smiled very strangely. He opened his mouth and said, "My reverse body, we meet again. You almost died just now." With his abilities, how could Zhou Xuanji survive a sneak attack? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want? How did the anti-Kunlun supremacy come here? Could it be that this fellow had been following him in the passageway between the two worlds?" At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji frowned even more, and a chill ran down his spine. "What do you want? Once you become a supreme being, you'll understand. However, I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance to become a supreme being. If you want to live, I advise you not to care about anything else. In the future, I'll let you live." The sovereign looked at Zhou Xuanji with a mocking smile. He was like a completely different person from his reserved and calm self. At this moment, he became a true supreme being, looking down on all life, overlooking the 10,000 worlds. There was no existence that could enter his eyes. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He did not believe that the other party was willing to let him live. There must be some reason why Jizun did not dare to make a move against him. Who would want to face their other self for a long time? I became the Sword Emperor in the Kunlun Origin Court. What about you? Was he also a Sword Emperor? Regardless, the real Sword Emperor is about to descend upon anti-Kunlun. When you return, tell all living beings to wash their necks and wait for my sword. The sovereign laughed arrogantly. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Xuanji felt an unstoppable force coming at him. He broke through the space and fell back into the Kunlun universe. Zhou Xuanji quickly stabilized his body as the space-time crack disappeared. He fixed his eyes on it, but could not see the sovereign's figure. Sword Emperor. Hee. I will tell you who the real Sword Emperor is. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes sparkling. From then on, he regarded the anti-Kunlun sovereign as the Sword Emperor. After defeating the Sword Emperor, he would be the one and only Sword Emperor. Nam Matiani came to his side and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Where did you go just now?" Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that the battle was over. Zhou Fa was nowhere to be seen. The Black Hour Soul Army had also disappeared. Everyone who participated in the battle was resting. Mortal Sovereign and Luan Pinnacle had already left, leaving only a few powerful cultivators in this universe. Zhou Xuanji told them about the Sword Emperor's attack, but he did not explain his relationship with the Sword Emperor. Anti-Kunlun Sovereign, Sword Emperor. Nam Matiani's expression changed drastically. Fear filled his eyes. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "You sovereign divine ranges and super divine ranges should have a good discussion. I should go back too." After that, he flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples. He had absorbed a massive amount of Black Hour Deity King's divine energy in this battle. He could go into closed-door cultivation for some time after returning. Nam Matiani was still in a daze. Doesn't that mean that two sovereigns are going to attack the Kunlun Origin Court? Nam Matiani's scalp turned numb when he thought of this. The strength of the sovereign was extremely horrifying. Even if all living beings worked together, they would not be able to deal with him. In the past, they could only suppress the Dark Sovereign by relying on the sovereigns and other powerful cultivators. But now, the Kunlun Origin Court had no sovereign, and they still had to withstand the attack of the anti-Kunlun sovereign. Even Nam Matiani, who had experienced countless storms, was terrified. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sucked all the disciples into his surroundings. Then he wrapped them in Origin Fusion Divine Energy and flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji's face was gloomy, and he did not speak. The other disciples followed behind him. They did not notice him, and were discussing excitedly. Although this battle did not last long, they had all participated in it. The battle with the Black Hour Soul Army was thrilling and very exciting. Now that they thought about it, their blood was still boiling. My stupid brother, look, it's all thanks to me saving you, Zhou Shaoxian said with a proud smile. Hearing this, Zhou Tanhua shook his head helplessly. The truth was that he had the confidence to deal with that demon. He just deliberately let the other party sneak attack him. But in the end, it was ruined by Zhou Shaoxian. Zhou Tanhua didn't tell the truth. Even if he did, Zhou Shaoxian wouldn't believe him. In any case, he was still very excited. Such a war was really exciting. Thinking of how his father used to fight alone, he became even more excited. One day, he would be as powerful and fearless as Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was at the forefront. He was still thinking about the Sword Emperor. He didn't feel despair. On the contrary, he felt that this was a good thing. The Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign both wanted the Kunlun Origin Court. The two were bound to fight. Of course, it was also possible that they would join forces. However, Zhou Xuanji was an ambitious person. One mountain cannot have two tigers. Both the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign were arrogant and invincible existences. How could they tolerate each other's existence? He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and told Little Sovereign about the current situation through voice transmission. What? The Sovereign of Anti-Kunlun came to the Kunlun Origin Court? Are you kidding me? Little Sovereign's shocked voice reached his ears. His voice was trembling a little. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank when he heard this. Could it be that Little Sovereign is also afraid? Chapter 821. After returning to the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji directly chose to go into seclusion. He didn't spread the news of the Sword Emperor to avoid causing panic. The tribulation of sovereign darkness had already made the Emperor Sword Divine Range uneasy. What would happen if Zhou Xuanji the anti-sovereign was added to the mix? Two sovereigns attacking the Kunlun Origin Court without any sovereigns. There was almost no suspense. Inside the cultivation palace, Zhou Xuanji was sitting cross-legged with Little Sovereign hovering beside him. On the way back, Little Sovereign was very excited. He kept saying that it was impossible. In his opinion, it was impossible for the anti-Kunlun sovereign to cross into the Kunlun Origin Court. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. This was already an unwritten rule. Can you calm down a little? It has already happened. What should I do next? What about the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji asked in a deep voice. This little sovereign was usually very confident. Why did he lose his composure at such a critical moment? Little Sovereign's soul emerged from the blade. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was ashen. Anti-Kunlun sovereign darkness. This is an unprecedented tribulation. Even if you become the sovereign now, it will be difficult for you to defeat them, Little Sovereign said, gritting his teeth. Little Sovereign gnashed his teeth. He believed that Zhou Xuanji's talent was very strong and unparalleled. But the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji. Their talents were the same. In such a situation, with the addition of a terrifying sovereign darkness, how could they fight? Zhou Xuanji angrily said. You speak as if you can make me the sovereign now. Little Sovereign sighed and said. It seems that we are really going to die. You have no way to deal with the current situation, unless the anti-Kunlun sovereign and sovereign darkness fight. What I'm most afraid of is that the anti-Kunlun supremacy arrives first, slaughters the Kunlun Origin Court, and then fights the darkness supremacy. At that time, no matter how hard they fight, we will all be annihilated. Also, he said that he would protect your life, but in fact he can't kill you. No living being can kill their own reincarnation, but they can test others to do it. Can't kill my own incarnation? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It seemed that the Sword Emperor was stalling. He wanted to make him relax his vigilance, and then find an opportunity to kill him. When the Sword Emperor sneak attacked him, he clearly felt the murderous aura. Zhou Xuanji frowned, and began thinking about how to deal with the Sword Emperor. Don't think about it. He doesn't have a way to kill you for the time being. Otherwise he wouldn't have delayed it. I guess he is still preparing for something, or is afraid of something, so he didn't show up in person. He deliberately used your mouth to announce his appearance to the Kunlun origin court, just to bluff. Little Sovereign shook his head. Then he changed the topic and said with a playful smile, "Maybe he's afraid of your little wife Hongqin Supreme." Back then, Zhou Xuanji had told him about Shintang. Back then he was shocked too. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Can mortal sovereign defeat the Sword Emperor?" Shintang had never truly become a supreme martial artist. She was just a self-proclaimed supreme martial artist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to join hands with the almighties of the Kunlun origin court to deal with the Darkness Sovereign. She can't, but she can at least pose a threat. She has already reached the peak of the mortal god realm, and can be considered half a step away from being a supreme. She's really strong. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in wonder. Every time he thought of Supreme Hongqin, he would sigh with emotion. Space-time causality was really magical. Who would have thought that the little girl, who had been cultivating with Zhou Xuanji back, then could cultivate to such a level? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and stopped talking. After talking for a long time, he could only wait. He didn't like this feeling at all. He put the lesser supreme sword aside, and began to cultivate seriously. Little Sovereign floated next to him with a smile on his face. He thought to himself, "This kid is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect the Sword Emperor to want to cross the distance between the two worlds to kill him. What heights can he reach in the future?" In a dim palace, Zhou Fa was meditating on the throne, healing his injuries and cultivating. A cloud of black qi was coiling around his body like a dragon and phoenix. The Sword Emperor suddenly appeared in the palace, looking at him with a faint smile. Noticing his gaze, Zhou Fa suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Fa asked with a vigilant look on his face. He looked nervous. He was afraid that the exterminating divine eyes would sweep over him. The corner of the Sword Emperor's mouth rose as he asked with a smile, "What's your relationship with the Darkness Sovereign?" Hearing this, Zhou Fa's face sank and said, "It's none of your business. You and I have already broken off our relationship. If you don't get lost, I will kill you." Hua! A gust of cold wind blew against Zhou Fa's face, and he felt his vision go black. Immediately after, he was grabbed by the neck by the sword Tharch and lifted into the air. The sword Tharch's eyes were cold, and he said in a cold voice, "You want to kill me? Are you worthy of me? Even if you don't say it, I can guess that the power in your body belongs to me." After saying that, the Sword Emperor raised his left hand and gently pulled out a black aura from Zhou Fa's body. "Ah!" Zhou Fa felt extreme pain and screamed in pain. "Zhou Xuanji! You will die a horrible death! You will die a horrible death!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. The skin on his face suddenly split open and blood flowed freely. The Sword Emperor collected the black aura into his palm and casually tossed it. Zhou Fa crashed into the wall and fell to the ground in a sorry state. "You don't deserve my looks," the sword Tharch said coldly. 2 lumps of green flames flew out of his eyes and instantly landed on Zhou Fa's face. Zhou Fa screamed again, clutching his face as he rolled on the ground. At this moment his divine power had been completely drained, and he had lost all of his stamina. He was like a mortal, unable to resist at all. The Sword Emperor looked down at the black aura in his palm with a contemptuous smile and murmured, "Dark Sovereign, you are not worthy to compete with me. In the Kunlun origin court, you can't compete with me. In this anti-Kunlun, you can't compete with me either." After saying that, he disappeared into thin air, leaving Zhou Fa rolling on the ground and screaming. Half a year passed quickly. After absorbing the divine power of Black Time Deity King, Zhou Xuanji failed to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 3. He came out of seclusion and wandered around the divine range, observing the cultivation of his disciples. The news of the Sword Emperor's attack didn't spread in the Kunlun origin court. However, after the Black Time Soul Army was destroyed, all the divine ranges became peaceful. The Kunlun universe fell into a strange calm. It felt like a storm was coming. Zhou Xuanji strolled in the air as he looked down. Suddenly, Zhou Tanhua flew over. "Father, I don't feel right." He came up to Zhou Xuanji and said, gritting his teeth. Zhou Xuanji looked at him, and his expression immediately changed. Zhou Tanhua's eyes were glowing with purple light as purple runes flowed out from his eye sockets, twisting slightly, as if they were alive. Zhou Xuanji immediately probed his eyes with his divine will. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's divine will exploded. He couldn't see anything. You are the sovereign. You are. A majestic and domineering voice resounded in his mind. The tone was angry and firm. Immediately afterward, Zhou Xuanji retracted his divine will. He opened his eyes and saw that Zhou Tanhua was still looking at him anxiously. Who was talking just now? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He shook his head, a little absent-minded. Zhou Tanhua asked hesitantly, Is there anyone else besides us? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.